everyone, Anarch here, and this is another Anarch live stream. This one is spooky. Why is it spooky? It's October and my lights are red. See, it's very, very spooky. Yeah, that's what's going on here. Anyway, I hope the first few people that have showed up here are enjoying my explanation of why it's spooky. Yeah. So far, nobody showed up, but you know, this is for the VOD viewers. This is for those people who are watching this afterwards. And, you know, thanks for watching the live streams afterwards. I appreciate y'all tuning in. I'm sure you're always like listening to it in the background to something you're doing. And, you know, that's valid. So here it is. This is the live stream. Currently getting everything like set up. Let's share the link around. Share the link around. Okay, boom. And then live stream. There we go. Boom. See, there's number one. All right, sending it around to people. We got our first few people showing up. Welcome, everyone, to the spookiest Anarch live stream that's ever been done, which I guess isn't really a very hard bar to clear, given that I don't think my live streams are generally very spooky. Hey, everybody, an architect here. How's everybody doing? Are you enjoying October? I know so many people are just love the October aesthetic. They're loving the Halloween time of year. Stanley T just asked comments on Berkman. Berkman's cool. I mean, he wrote some good stuff. Calculating horizontal motion in physics. Nice. That's physics 1, I would suppose. Am I sick? No, I'm not sick. I'm feeling okay. Why? Just because I'm sniffling a lot, I guess? Sorry about that. So yeah, I mean, for me, October's just another month, you know. I'm not one of those like people who's all about October and all about Halloween. I mean, honestly, I don't even like dress up anymore. I don't do any of that stuff these days. So for me, it doesn't have a lot of pertinence. You know, the most notable thing I would say is that I noticed that red lights don't really pick up very well on my camera. You know, I've got this red light behind me going, and, you know, over here, you know, usually I have this light like shows up. Look at that. That's all this light does. You know, usually this one's like green or something, but this is what it looks like when I do red. Just that little tiny bit right there. Same light, same place. Just not enough to do anything significant. There's probably some optics reason for that, but not even going to get into it. Some Fishes says, just curious, thoughts on radical feminism? Radical feminism is a big tradition. It's got a bunch of people in it. But I think these days we mostly associate radical feminism with like TERFs and SWERFs, which is to say, you know, trans exclusionary radical feminism and sex worker exclusionary radical feminism. This seems like the most lasting legacy of a lot of radical feminism, sometimes called like second wave feminism. Obviously, I think those are negative aspects, but there are feminists that are in the second wave or are sometimes considered quote unquote radical feminists, which I would support. So let's look up a list of radical feminists, or radical feminism is probably the better way to search this. Radical feminism, let's see here. Let's find the people who are most associated with it. I think when I think radical feminism, I think Dworkin. That's the first person that comes to mind. But let's see if we can find ourselves a nice list. This article is very in depth, so it's not doing a very good overview, not doing a very good job as an overview here. I mean, one thing I'll note here is just in this Wikipedia overview, it says radical feminists locate the root cause of women's oppression in patriarchal gender relations as opposed to legal systems or class conflict. And I think this sort of goes against the understanding of intersectional feminism that I would more support, which is that every struggle is sort of reciprocally rooted in all of the other struggles. All of the struggles reinforce one another, and they sort of affect the way that all of the other struggles are enforced. They sort of recharacterize, reconstitute the way that all of those struggles function. And for that reason, it's not really enough to consider patriarchy in order to understand women's liberation. You also have to understand capitalism. You also have to understand systems like white supremacy. You also have to understand just hierarchy more broadly and how it interacts with women's issues. So, I mean, I guess just that little summary kind of at least gives me a starting point as to my general criticisms. But I think that radical feminism, because it was so, I guess you might call it gender reductionist, right? Insofar as there's also this concept we often talk about somebody being economically reductionist. I think that a lot of radical feminism or second wave feminism, I think there is some distinction between the two. They're not identical, but I think a lot of radical feminism was gender reductionist. It tried to boil everything down to patriarchy. And I think that that was a mistake. I think it reinforced a lot of liberal views of how these things work, insofar as that it gave women the conception that they could be liberated simply by eliminating patriarchy, which I think most of us who are here probably agree that that's not the case. I am more in the third wave school of feminism. I identify more with like somebody like Bell Hooks, for example, than I would with somebody like Andrea Dworkin. And I should be clear, radical feminism, this phrase radical feminism, does not mean feminists who are radicals. Like, I just want everybody to understand that's not what radical feminism actually means. Radical feminism does not mean radical feminists, as it may appear. It is actually the name for a particular movement in feminism that took place sometime in the middle of the 1900s, I think between the 1960s and starting to come to its end somewhere around the 1990s, if I understand correct. Jack C says, updates on part 4 of A Modern Anarchism. I am ashamed to admit that it has taken me this long to make any significant progress on the work. However, I can reassure you that I have recorded an entire run of the voiceover, and at least everything that I've been using so far has been a usable take. So insofar as what I currently understand about the voiceover is complete. There might need to be re-recordings, but the voiceover is done. And for anybody that's not familiar with my process, the voiceover is the most tedious, annoying part. I hate doing voiceover. So that means that what I'm doing now is I'm working on the visuals of the video. That means that I'm starting to create animations and find appropriate clips to represent the concepts. So that is to say that now I'm on the visual production phase of this video essay, which is good. That means that we are now maybe only a few months out from it being released. After I finish visual production, I then have to put music in the video. So I have to decide the pieces, I have to adjust them correctly so they're not too loud, and so on. And then there would probably be a few weeks of polish where I'm going through and I'm making sure that all the visuals look nice and crisp and everything fits together and it all feels nice and that the audio is mastered right and all of that. And, that's a process as well. But just to understand that all the hardest parts of the process are actually now behind me. Part 4, my goal, and, I'll just say it out loud so that everybody kind of can understand where I'm at and also maybe hold me to it. That'd be cool. Is that I want to have all of the visuals done by the end of the year. My ideal would be I could release the video before the end of the year. Chances are slim that I'm going to release the video before the end of the year, but I might have the visuals done by the end of the year. That is my goal. And it should be said, sometimes it occurs to me how long it has been since I have released one of the video essays, and that many of you might be following the channel having never even watched one of the video essays, or that you've only subscribed since I've been releasing Anarch abridged videos or the non-video essays videos. But as far as I'm concerned, that's still the main thrust of the channel is the video essays. I know that probably isn't the case for a lot of my viewership, but as far as where my actual priorities are at, the part I care most about is the production of these video essays. And that's even bearing in mind that where the YouTube meta is not pro video essays right now. That's not necessarily where it's at the moment. But it doesn't matter, because for me, that's where the actual important work of the channel is being done. So, Knowledge and Defense says, do you share the view that Israel will collapse soon? If so, can you elaborate? No, unfortunately, that does not appear to be the case just from what I'm seeing. I think that Israel has a huge amount of foreign backing. It doesn't look like that foreign backing is going anywhere. Israel is unfortunately not losing the conflicts it's involved in. It is of course facing repercussions, but those repercussions are probably not enough to make the state of Israel fall apart. The state of Israel is obviously embattled, but at the moment, I think it would be optimistic to claim that Israel is falling apart. I know that we're always trying to, rah, hype ourselves up that we're winning the struggle. But at the moment, it does not appear that we are winning the struggle. Israel is carrying out a genocide. And it's not the case that when a state is in the process of carrying out a genocide, that it's in the process of losing. That does not appear to be the case to me, as bad a news as that may seem. So the future will tell us what's going to take place. Obviously, it's hard to say what will take place, but I will say that Israel is picking a bunch of fights that it may not be able to win. I think that Israel is trying to be America 2.0 in the Middle East, but it doesn't have the land base of the United States. It doesn't have the scale of production. It doesn't have the, especially the scale of military production in order to, I think, really be able to carry out such a conflict. And it certainly does not, in the Middle East, have the kind of geopolitical allies that would be necessary in order to wage that conflict either. It's really an island of, I guess you might say it's an island of U.S. imperialism, of settler colonialism, right there in the Middle East, and it has no real nearby geopolitical allies. So it is really highly dependent upon the United States backing it. And if any sort of if there were any cessation of U.S. support, Israel would be in a truly miserable situation. But I got to be honest, given all the indications of what we're seeing here, that does not appear to be the case that the United States is going to stop backing Israel, nor would it be the case that other nations would necessarily stop backing Israel just because the United States did. That's just the sad fact of the matter. It's we have to be really clear to be realistic, not optimistic. We have to not pretend that things are going our way when they're not. And at the moment, it does not appear that Israel is falling apart. Pawis says, "Hi, Anarch. Can you offer some advice or recommend some resources about starting a reading group?" I don't know any resources about starting a reading group. I personally have learned everything that I know about running a reading group just from doing it. It's not, I wouldn't say it's like an incredibly hard process of running the reading group. I don't think running the reading group is hard. I think what can be difficult is the recruiting part of running a reading group. Getting people into the reading group can be more challenging. The reading group itself, there's just so many different ways you can run it. There's almost no wrong answer. Like, you can run a reading group by having everybody sit down and read the passages. That's what Cooperation Tulsa has been doing. We found that has a lot of success and people really enjoy it, seem to enjoy it the most. You can have people read beforehand and then discuss the passages during the reading group. I've personally found that doesn't work out. Most people don't read the passages. That's been my experience. Maybe only a quarter of the people in the call end up reading the passages. And maybe they even don't read them beforehand. They read them right before the reading group because they're like, oh no, I'm behind on my homework. And it makes people also feel like they have homework. I personally don't think that method generally works very well. But some people have had success with it. I've heard of reading groups where that works. My personal opinion, from my experience, reading groups work best when y'all just literally read. Like, literally sit around and have people read 2 or 3 paragraphs each and just switch off and switch off and switch off. And in between people, then y'all can have discussions if you like, right? You can stop there and be like, wow, I didn't really know about that. Or, that kind of reminds me of such and such, Be very open to the reading group running as long as it needs to. Don't set yourself some strict schedule. That's not going to work out. You should instead kind of let it play out organically. But this may just be my own approach. I know other people have other approaches. So don't take my word as gospel here. I'm not like the king of reading groups, but I've done them a significant amount at this point, and this has been my experience. But I will say, because, I'm still I was looking over at the chat and then I kind of was tangenting in my mind there for a moment. The recruitment part is about, you need to ask yourself a serious question when it comes to recruitment, getting people into the reading group. And that is, who is the actual audience of this reading group? Okay. Because that audience is going to determine everything about how you go soliciting people to join the reading group. If you are reading advanced theory, your audience is not normal people. Normal people are not going to want to read advanced theory. That is going to be mostly organizers and other radicals who are trying to kind of polish up. They're trying to kind of like get their ideas in order. They kind of already have some understanding, but they want it to be solidified by some kind of broader structure. Or they want to be informed by diverse thoughts, you might say, right? And that means that you need to be reaching out to other organizing groups. You need to be reaching out to people on the internet. You need to be making posts about it. And you need to be forward about that you're reading advanced theory because, you might think it's good. Oh, we pull in normal people and they come in but that's not necessarily good if you're reading advanced theory. They might just feel kind of alienated by it. It might make them feel like an outsider, and that might make them less likely to come back around. So you should be careful that you properly target the people that are going to be attending your reading group. If you're doing intro stuff, then you need to have a different approach. I would say, in my experience here in Tulsa, that means using Instagram and Facebook, but we also have considered that it might be a good idea to literally just hand out flyers or give people QR codes that, you know, that link them straight to the meeting when the time comes, and then we tell them, hey, it'll be happening on this date, put it in your phone kind of thing. But if you're doing a beginner's reading group, you need to do the work to reach out to normal people. Don't reach out to radicals. Radicals already know all the stuff that's in your beginner's reading group. It's not a success if you get a bunch of radicals into a beginner's reading group. You want to get people who don't know anything into a beginner's reading group. So I guess what I'm saying is it's like contextual to the kind of work you're choosing to read. You need to ask yourself what the goal is with the reading group. Is this a way to give organizers and radicals even more advanced knowledge so that they have a better structure for acting? Or is this a way to give people that don't have the basic knowledge, the basics? And if it's the former and the latter have extremely different ways of recruiting and pulling people in. So I just want these to be the thoughts that are in the forefront of your mind when you think about how to organize these things. Circumvin says, hey, Anarch, can you talk a little bit about some of Murray Bookchin's criticisms of anarchism? I find myself identifying as a communalist, but some of Bookchin's critiques are overly broad. Yeah, no, honestly, I could go on at length about that. So I will kind of talk about some of my thoughts. In order to understand why Bookchin broke with anarchism, it's important to understand his context, his historical context, when he was living and what was happening. Start by understanding that when Bookchin was young, he was a Marxist, and he kind of went down this more Trotskyist kind of economically reductionist path. And then he became disenthused with that. And what he saw within anarchism, when he looked to anarchism, he wasn't interested in individualist anarchism. That wasn't what brought him to anarchism. What brought him to anarchism was social anarchism. He was looking at people like Malatesta. He was looking at the CNT-FAI in Civil War Spain. He was looking at Kropotkin. He was looking at the people who had some collective idea of liberation. That's what brought him to anarchism, and often is what brings Marxists from Marxism to anarchism, is that they read the more social anarchist trends within anarchism. So when Bookchin came to anarchism, individualist anarchism wasn't even on his radar as far as I can see. So over time, he kept pushing social anarchism, but now let's situate him, understand that he was a Trotskyist kind of in the early 1900s, right? Or like previous to 1950 is what I mean. And then as he grew older, he was growing older from that period that I often talk about between the 60s to the early 2000s, kind of the 2000-aughts, right? And during that period of time, social anarchism wasn't growing bigger. Social anarchism was receding, and individualist anarchism was getting bigger. So Bookchin felt increasingly alienated from anarchists during this period of time because anarchism was proceeding in this more, I guess you might say, egoist, insurrectionary, postmodernist sort of direction. And this was increasingly the case over the course of time that Bookchin was a radical. And I think that this was upsetting to Bookchin. It pushed him away from anarchism little by little. And you can imagine, just kind of like, you know, y'all are on the internet. You see the way that people interact with each other when they disagree in radical spaces. You can imagine Bookchin trying to produce these more social anarchist arguments, and he's just watching the tide turn, right? The tide is turning away from those positions. And he's in a position of trying to identify himself as an anarchist, but he's just finding that his ideas are becoming more and more unpopular. And so when I look at Bookchin's pivot away from anarchism, what I see is more Bookchin's pivot away from anarchism becoming an individualist movement. So when he identifies himself as communalist, he is instead trying to create a name to discern himself from individualist anarchism at the time. And so you can see that his essays emphasize his differences with individualist anarchism, right? You've got an unbridgeable chasm, or what he calls lifestyle anarchism versus social anarchism. That essay is still very insightful, in my opinion. I think that, however, it was very polemic. And so individualist anarchists really just went off the deep end. Like they just, when they were in responding to that essay, you know, because individualist anarchists during that period of time between the 60s and the 2000s, they really convinced themselves that they were the only true anarchists, right? And so Bookchin was trying to point out how their methods were ineffective, that this wasn't an evolution of praxis, but instead was a liberalization of praxis. And then in fact, it wasn't praxis, that lifestyleism doesn't work. It doesn't do anything. It's not powerful. It doesn't build power for anyone. And so he wrote this essay before his break with anarchism, right? If anything, this is him trying to reconcile his position within anarchism. This is him trying to say, hey, listen, this is where I'm at, and I think the movement's in the wrong place. And instead of that being like taken on board by the movement and the movement like processing through that, individualist anarchists basically just started pretending he wasn't an anarchist as a response. I think Bookchin didn't take this well. He already thought that the way that they were approaching everything was sort of childish, facile, and powerless. And this response, I think, made him thoroughly disenfranchised with anarchism during that period of time. So now, let's move forward a little bit. We've got him writing What is Communalism, right? So let's look at like literally the beginning of What is Communalism. Or, okay, I need to... The very beginning of What is Communalism, the subtitle of What is Communalism is The Democratic Dimension of Anarchism. So we still have Bookchin up until the point that he has published this work, right? What is Communalism? This comes later, much, much later in his career. You know, he's still saying he's an anarchist. He's still saying, listen, I'm trying to reclaim this social anarchist tradition. He's trying his best to reclaim the social anarchist tradition, even up to the moment he's begun calling himself a communalist. That being said, that essay is actually the first place that I find myself disagreeing with Bookchin. That's the essay where Bookchin supports majoritarianism over consensus, which is fine. There are good arguments to be had on this. We can have an argument about it. It's fine. But I disagree with him. And it's also the essay where he gives us his first inklings that he might be supporting a sort of local electoralism. Not electoralism broadly, it should be understood. He never supported electoralism broadly. But Bookchin did support a sort of local electoralism, right? Kind of a municipal electoralism. This essay is the first place we see that taking place. So when you look at Bookchin splitting, what you should understand is that Bookchin, also the context, is that Bookchin was operating in these big consensus councils. Okay, so there were these, I think they were called the Clamshell Alliance. And the Clamshell Alliance was functioning on consensus. And he actually didn't like a lot of the stuff that was happening in these. What happened is that they had been co-opted by groups who already were operating under consensus. I'm trying to remember. It was like, I don't know if it was the Quakers, but it's like one of those groups like the Quakers. You know, you've got like the Quakers and the Amish and the Mennonites and so on. And a lot of them function through consensus councils. And he was kind of upset with how it seemed like they had kind of co-opted or dominated the consensus process in those examples that he had witnessed. And I think this kind of drove him away from consensus. It should be understood that consensus is not like some universal principle in the history of anarchism. Anarchists haven't like talked about, the word consensus literally doesn't even show up in the anarchist literature until the modern era. Like the idea of majoritarianism that they were opposed to is not this idea that, you know, the 50+1% votes might be binding, but instead that they just shouldn't be binding in a dominating way, that they should not be imposed upon the minority is kind of the idea. Bookchin was, I think in this aspect, he saw himself as kind of rekindling an older conception of anarchism that was seen more prevalently within social anarchism. I do think the place where maybe it's more indisputable that Bookchin was actually breaking from anarchism was the support for electoralism, even if it was highly local. So all of this is to say, Bookchin remained an anarchist even during the period of time he was criticizing anarchism. And I personally tend to agree with a lot of his criticisms, but I see them as being criticisms of individualist anarchism. I think he was aware that these were criticisms of individualist anarchism, but I think he was also in a position where he was saying to himself, well, if this is what everybody means by anarchism, if everybody means by anarchism lifestyleism and it marches one after another that do nothing, then maybe I should stop calling myself anarchist. And personally, I don't think that was a good decision on his part. Now it means that everybody pretends he wasn't an anarchist. It also means that a lot of anarchists aren't going to read his work and take into account a lot of his very valid criticisms. But I can also kind of understand where he was coming from, because he was like, well, if that's anarchism, then I'm not an anarchist. If that's what you all mean by anarchism, I'm not. So yeah, I hope that that gives a little bit of context, maybe helps you understand that historical process that Bookchin went through, kind of like what his evolution as a theorist was. And I should also note, there's a reason why most communalist groups to this day have so many anarchists in them. It's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence at all. It's because communalism did not very significantly diverge from anarchism as a historic philosophical and political movement. And so most people who call themselves communalists are kind of interchangeably anarchists. And even groups say like Cooperation Tulsa. Cooperation Tulsa is a communalist social ecologist group, yet we reject local electoral politics more broadly, and we use consensus. So this just shows you how small this dividing line is, right? It's such a small dividing line that even many communalist groups end up being full of anarchists. Hopefully that was helpful. Oh, somebody brought up in another place here. They said a small pushback on a point brought up in the stream. Bookchin was local electoral politics since the early 70s in spring offensives and summer vacations. I haven't read that work, so I can't say whether I necessarily agree. I will read the passage that's being cited here. Give me just a sec. Okay, so yeah, it looks like he actually made the clarification that as early as 1972, he had advocated for taking place in local elections. Sure, that appears to be true. I mean, I disagree with him on that front, but yeah. Knowledge and Defense says, do you believe that we should still ally with individualists from a distance or exclude them entirely? I personally don't think that we should probably take some strong stance either way. I think that if a person, because individualist anarchists can come to radically different conclusions. Like when you understand that the basis of egoism is the seeking of self-interest, but that it's not just a capitalist or liberal understanding of self-interest, and then you understand that it's like a more objective conception of self-interest, then you understand that many egoists or individualists can come to the conclusion that it's in their self-interest to build communities. It's in their self-interest to build organizations. And so then you get some egoist anarchists that are basically like social anarchists, but they've reasoned themselves into that position from an egoist position. And insofar as that's the case, I think these people are going to be useful allies. I think that insofar as that we're talking about people who haven't reasoned themselves into that position, I think those people should be allowed into our spaces. They should be part of our conversations. And if they want to join our organizations, then they should be allowed to join our organizations. But I also don't think that in a general sense, we should probably be actively recruiting them, because in a lot of occasions, they just have completely different expectations for how everything is done. Like they really, I read a comment and my brain tangented. The individualists can be great allies, and they're often doing great work. And sometimes it's just a matter of emphasis, like that they've read different works and they've come to it from a different angle, and they've arrived here from a different angle. But sometimes they're actively hostile to the necessary conditions to get things done. Like they're actively hostile to a concept of society. They're actively hostile to formal organizations or developing charters or processes. And if that's the case, then they probably just aren't going to be good fits in our organizations. They're going to be constantly starting problems. They're going to be constantly making things so much harder than they need to be. And in that occasion, I mean, I don't know. It's all about, can they agree to the points of unity? Can they agree to abide by the charter? If so, then it's fine to have them present. But if they are going to be an active impediment to the process of building a collective resistance, the process of building consensus and making decisions, if they are going to violate the charter, then yeah, obviously not. Anybody who's going to violate the group's agreements probably shouldn't be part of the group. So yeah, I mean, historically, the fact is that, say, take Farge in Brazil, which is an anarchist group that originated Especifismo, or rather is the one most popular for practicing Especifismo. They actually just exclude individualist anarchists. And that's because in their history, individualist anarchists kept joining and kept disrupting the process. And they kept proposing things and then not following through on them. They kept, taking on delegated responsibilities, dropping the ball, and then refusing accountability. And so that led to Farge just saying, well, then we don't want that kind of anarchist. We can just keep them out, right? And I would say that if that's your experience with them, yeah, you should be keeping those people out. People who take on delegated responsibility and drop the ball, who refuse to take accountability for that process, who consider accountability to be authoritarian somehow. People who come in and propose things and then dip, like that is so common, and they think there's nothing wrong with it, but there absolutely is. It taxes capacity. And people who are constantly just disrupting and causing disagreements and all of that, yeah, those people probably just shouldn't be part of your group. They're going to cause problems. They're used to a process where everybody just splinters and splinters and splinters, and that's the norm. But we don't want to make that the norm in our communities. So I would say that there's not some blanket conception that you're going to be able to apply. You're going to have to take it on a case-by-case basis, and you're going to have to just witness their behaviors in context. In context, you will get to understand how they actually behave, how their ideology accords with their actions. So that's my perspective. Mandy Moorhall says, question, in the spirit of spooky season, I'm doing research for my next book. If you're, in your professional opinion, I'm so glad you came to me. I'm the expert on this. How many penises does Cerberus have? 1 or 3? 1. Cerberus has 1 penis because, see, the dog body, that's a single dog body. It's only the triple head, right? Cerberus doesn't have 3 copy bodies all melded together. It has a normal dog body with 3 heads on it. So it's just 3 heads. That's it. We ain't got triplets of anything else. Okay, we don't have triple tails. We don't have triple the legs. So we don't have triple the penises. You're welcome. Cy Maurice says, thoughts on establishing a community newsletter as a first action after the formation of a study group? It's what my group has been considering. If that works for you, then do it. I don't know that a newsletter is, I'll say that at least in my context, I don't think a newsletter would be very helpful. I think but I guess it depends on what you mean by a newsletter. When I think of a newsletter, I'm imagining an email chain, right? I think a lot of people aren't even checking their emails these days, or their emails are just overloaded with junk and spam. And so it's not likely that the newsletter is probably going to get through to a lot of people, but that's extremely demographic dependent, right? But it seems to me the people who are paying attention to newsletters are generally older. They're people for whom newsletters were a normal part of their life at one point. And to me, that is mostly going to be boomers and Gen Xers and some millennials. But honestly, I was born in '86. I think that makes me on the older side of millennial. And I don't engage in any newsletters, and I don't really check my email for that. That is going to be completely context dependent for y'all, and it depends on what you mean by newsletter, whether you mean email or whether you mean a physical newsletter or however it is that you intend to distribute it. For me, I would think that if you have an introductory reading group, you're still going to need to be reaching out to people in person. You're going to need to be handing out flyers or putting up stickers with QR codes or tabling in certain areas and telling people about the project, or sadly using Facebook, where mostly more normies, you might say, are present. Ubik says, so is platformism the best thing for anarchism? Yes, that's my impression. That being said, I mean, I've heard some really bad stories about platformist groups in some place that don't seem like they're doing it like platformists. But I think that, once again, that's context dependent. So it's going to require details to understand. But I am absolutely a platformist. I'm actually so platformist. I'm the evolution of platformism. I'm a specifist, a specifismo. Sketchy Hippopotamus says, hi, I mentioned this earlier. What's the best way to connect with Cooperation Tulsa? DM us on social media. Actually, the single best way to contact Cooperation Tulsa is to DM us on Instagram. That's the way that you can most guarantee that we are going to respond in short order. There was a question that I was wanting to answer, and it's totally gone now. I just can't even remember what it was at this point. Logan Kaiser, how can I get active with Cooperation Tulsa? I live in Moore, Oklahoma, and have not heard back from the website message feature. Yeah, the website is currently being overhauled. That website was built a while back, and I'm not entirely sure how all the features are organized, or where their different aspects feed into. So what we're trying to do is get kind of everything a little more organized. As I mentioned to another user, the easiest way to contact Cooperation Tulsa is through our DMs on different social media. The best ways are Instagram. That's the best one. If you want to contact us, use the DM feature on Instagram. The membership form should still work, however, but we have just went through messaging a bunch of new members. We just took on a bunch of new members recently. So it's possible that we have not gotten around to your membership application if you have sent one in. But if you sent it in more than about 3 months ago, 2-3 months ago, then we should have sent you a reply using whatever means you gave us to reply. If that is not the case, feel free to submit it again. It's really no skin off our backs if we have 2 or 3 entries from you sending us a membership application. But it's also easiest for you to simply send us a DM. And also, I should kind of cut to the chase. For those of you who are interested in becoming a member of Cooperation Tulsa, in a general sense, we only are going to admit people to the group who show up to our events in one way or another. That can be showing up to our work days out at Flat Rock. That can be showing up to our popular education and organizer education programs. That can be showing up to our general assemblies. Whatever that is, that's the best way to get into the group, is to first get into that circle surrounding the group, become present, demonstrate to us basically that, you know, you are going to be here, you are going to be a presence. Because we've admitted a ton of members that get admitted and they don't do anything and they don't show up, which is not necessarily a problem, but our personal emphasis is to mostly want to admit people who are going to be active members. So, hopefully that was helpful, because I think I've seen 3 messages from 3 separate people about this kind of topic. The membership form should still work. DMs are the best way to get a hold of us. Best way to get admitted is to understand how the group functions and to be present in our events. The literal best way to become a member of the group is to show up to our work days out of Flat Rock. So if you have a Saturday open, for example, tomorrow we are going to be going out to Flat Rock. We are going to be doing a bunch of stuff. If you are wanting to be part of the group, if you are here in Tulsa, show up somewhere around noon to Flat Rock, which the address is 5481 in North Peoria Avenue, which is fine. It's okay for it to be public. Show up to that location almost any Saturday, but I can guarantee you we'll be out there tomorrow around noon, and we'll probably be there until 6 or 7, until the sun starts going down. Hopefully that was an answer to numerous people's questions, because I've seen numerous people say something. I also just want to note, if you are not here in Tulsa, but you would like to support Cooperation Tulsa, there is absolutely a material way that you can support Cooperation Tulsa. That is to become a donor to Cooperation Tulsa, a recurring donor. So I'm going to link that link that will make it easy for you to become a recurring donor. If you want to help the group, if you have money to spare, I've had so many people reach out to me. They say, Daniel, I want to help this project, but I do not live there. I do have money though. What can I do? The answer is super easy, super straightforward. Become a donor to Cooperation Tulsa's Open Collective. That is linked there in the chat. We prefer recurring donors. This gives us a monthly budget that we can spend around. Big infusions of money can sometimes be distracting. I mean, if you want to give us a lot of money, feel free. But just understand that we would prefer sustainable long-term donations so that that money is coming in and can be spent on a long-term basis so we can rely on it. We want to be able to rely on that income. It's a big part of how we function. Cooperation Tulsa functions on crowdfunding. Straight up, crowdfunding. Sometimes we take out grants for one-time costs. We never use grants for recurring costs, but we rely on recurring crowdfunded donations. So I just want to emphasize how important it is, if you want to support Cooperation Tulsa, to become a recurring donor to our Open Collective. And obviously, the other thing I will mention is that if what you really appreciate is the work that I'm doing on this channel, but that you also appreciate the work that Cooperation Tulsa is doing, just understand you can kind of donate to both. Because when you donate to my Patreon, 5% of my monthly earnings from Patreon, I donate 5% of my monthly earnings straight to Cooperation Tulsa. At the moment, that's not a whole lot, but the more y'all build up my Patreon, the more of that, 5% grows and grows and grows. It becomes a larger and larger amount, the bigger my Patreon becomes. So if you'd like to give directly to Cooperation Tulsa, the link is there in the chat. And if you would like to give, I guess you might say, indirectly, like, you're really just here for my YouTube, but you also want to help Cooperation Tulsa, go become a patron at my Patreon. 5% of what you donate will go to Cooperation Tulsa. The rest of it's going to go to me paying bills. There you go. Cy Maurice asks, thoughts on Libertarian Socialist Caucus? LSC, it's better that it exists than it doesn't exist, but part of me just thinks that ultimately no caucus within the DSA that actually promotes libertarian socialism is going to fare very well, but I'm not going to discourage them. I hope they continue to do what they're doing. It's better for us to have that presence than to not have it. That being said, some part of me believes that it would probably just be better to create a separate organization that doesn't want to have anything to do with electoral politics and isn't spending all its time trying to get the DSA to do things it's probably not going to do, and instead to just get a whole bunch of libertarian socialists in a bunch of different places to just do dual power. I'm aware that there's already been attempts to do that, just making clear my opinion. Oh yeah, Clatari, I guess I mentioned. Also, if you become a patron, you get access to the Anarch Discord, which is awesome. Good Discord. Number 2, Cy Maurice asked, thoughts on full spectrum resistance so far? I've been really deeply enjoying full spectrum resistance, and so has the reading group. People have been really, really liking the book. I think Eris McBay has a lot of great insights, and I'm aware that later in the book, Eris kind of makes the difference between hierarchy and horizontality neutral, right? They're kind of like, oh, these are just two different methods, two different approaches. I suspect I'm going to disagree with some of the analysis that takes place there, but the analysis elsewhere is fantastic. Eris is noticing a lot of the same failures that I've been pointing out, both on my channel and on Twitter, although people get a lot angrier at me on Twitter for criticizing the same things that Eris McBay is criticizing. But I have really deeply enjoyed it. It's been cathartic to read because it seems like it's so hard to find people saying what Eris is saying in Full Spectrum Resistance. I'd like to recommend everybody on stream read Full Spectrum Resistance. It's probably an antidote to a lot of the sort of amateurish opinions on praxis that people see on places like Twitter. Circumvin, will you get back to posting the reading group sessions on YouTube? Yes, we've been recording them. We just have not been following through and uploading them. Don't worry, they will get uploaded. It's mostly just executive dysfunction on my part. Cafe Azul says, hi, how do you attract people to your horizontal organization? Struggling with that in our collective for Palestine. Well, I think the answer is going to look so different for the two different kinds of forms, right? You know, a collective for Palestine is a solidarity organization, and a solidarity organization is all about direct action or expressions of solidarity for people that are elsewhere. So you're not going to be having the same approach as we are. In Cooperation Tulsa, we are all about dual power and prefiguration. So building the power here and now. It's not to say that we don't express solidarity with Palestine. We do, but our actions are focused on building power in the here and now for people. So our method for attracting people to our organization is just showing them what we're doing and explaining to them how this empowers them and why they should be part of that, because it does empower them. But a solidarity organization doesn't have that luxury because it doesn't necessarily empower people to, you know, express solidarity with a foreign occupied territory. What you instead have to have is people who are very passionate about that issue. And so your organization is going to ebb and flow at the rate at which people are passionate about that issue. You're going to just have to make do essentially with however many people are showing up. And then you just have to do the work of trying to access the populations where there might be that passion already, and then trying to recruit those people to come do organization with you. Whereas a dual power organization, because it's like building these horizontal power structures in the here and now, it can go to all kinds of people and attract them to the process. This is part of the reason why that you see on the channel, I spend so much of my time talking about building horizontal power structures, prefiguration, dual power, is because this can bring all kinds of people in. We've had so many different kinds of people who are interested in this project and want to be involved, precisely because there is such a clear demonstration of how it empowers them and how it could empower the community. So I think the answers to these two kinds of organizations are going to look very different, if that makes sense to you. If I were to be more specific, by the way, about how, if I were in your organization, how I would approach it, I would probably spend more time trying to recruit from the campuses. Assume you have college campuses around you. Try to attract people from the campuses. And there's going to be some number of people who are highly passionate, but don't know about your organization. So that means that you need to get the word out about your organization. That means you need to create social media if you don't already have it. That means you need to post up flyers talking to people about your organization. That means you need to host events. Your organization needs to host events, and it needs to, raise money and get people involved. So you need to be public. You need to be visible. Sketchy Hippopotamus says, thoughts on how to do a cooperation org in a high cost of living area? Well, I just want to emphasize that you don't need to own land to be a cooperation. So there are all kinds of methods. And I would say if you're in a high cost of living area, focus on creating general assemblies. So learn about general assemblies and the assembly model, how to get people together and making decisions and recruit people in the area, in specific areas to those, especially people that are being priced out of those areas, and focus on things like tenant organizing. Once again, I just want to emphasize the dual power method is about building power for the people. So you need to be thinking about what it looks like to build power for the people in that context. For us in Tulsa, it just so happens there are people that own these little plots of land that are willing to donate them to us sometimes. I think you're right to note that that's because we're not thoroughly gentrified. But in an area which is thoroughly gentrified, I'm going to assume you have lots of renters. And that means that tenant unions would probably be very effective, but also general assemblies in a general sense, getting a lot of people together in order to make decisions together, having these be consistent, having them be at locations that people can access. These sorts of things can be highly transformative. Remember that one of the most important things about organizing people is just getting them in the room together. If not in the literal room, then a Discord or whatever it is. Okay, just getting them together in a place where they can all talk with each other. And this is just as true for radicals as it is for the average person. Get people together and just introduce the most minute spark of radicalism into the conversation, and you will be blown away how radical even the average person can be if the idea has been given to them about how to respond to their conditions. Wallach says, hey, Anarch, should I read Capitalist Power before watching or reading your A Modern Anarchism? Also, could you talk a bit about how you got it published in print as an anarchist? No, that's absolutely not necessary. Or sorry, two different questions. To the first question, that is not necessary. The work is going to introduce you to the concepts as necessary. All you really need to do is pay attention, be thoughtful, try to think through the ideas, make sure you understand them as you proceed. And if you don't, then first of all, pay attention to what I'm saying within the work and how it's being utilized. But then if that still doesn't quite make sense to you within context, go read the works that I'm citing, because I cite the works that I am, discussing directly. And so in that sense, you can simply, if you don't understand my reference of some specific thing, you can go read where I'm getting the idea or why I'm referencing that idea. But no, it's not necessary to have read those before you read A Modern Anarchism. Modern Anarchism is a work that should stand alone in a sense, insofar as that it's developing a theoretical framework that is explained within the work itself. The other thing you mentioned is, how did I get published? Well, it's unusual because the way I got published is not how you get published in general sense. It's funny because I was trying to get, I guess I'll tell the whole story. I wanted to publish A Modern Anarchism Part 1, Part 2 standalone on Anarchist Library, but Anarchist Library sent me a message being like, hey, we would prefer that you just waited until the whole work was finished and then published it all as one piece. And I sent them an email that I don't think they ever saw. That was basically like, hey, these are being produced on a very long time scale. I'm producing, these take around a year or more each to make. So you're talking about me publishing this on Anarchist Library in like 4 years, like 3 or 4 years. I don't think they ever saw that email. But for that reason, A Modern Anarchism wasn't being published on Anarchist Library during parts 1 and part 2. Then, so what I did is I made a tweet that was like, hey, I'm trying to get, I would like to publish A Modern Anarchism. If you have any leads on that or you'd be interested, send me a DM. And I meant digitally. I mean, would anybody like to host the scripts on their website? That's what I meant. I didn't think anybody was going to actually bite on a physical publishing, but they did. I got numerous DMs. So one of those was Seditionist Media. Seditionist Media has now published parts 1 and part 2 of A Modern Anarchism. On A Modern Anarchism, let's see if I can find it. Seditionist. Let's see here. Yeah, here's part 1. So that led to it getting published by Seditionist Media. There's part 1. Part 2 has also been published. Here's part 2. Part 3 is currently in the process of being worked out. We are currently doing all of the setting for the pages and inline images and so on for part 3. Part 4, I suspect, will come some significant time after that part 3 has been published and that they have sent out some copies. Then we'll probably talk about publishing part 4. And there may be publishing through other presses as well. Wink, wink. News to come on that. I'll talk to you about it as it develops. But really, it just involved me saying that I wanted to get the works published to begin with, and people reached out to me. That is not normally how you get published. Piraha says, I'm curious, are you an anti-theist in which you think religion is inherently bad, or are you simply an atheist but don't believe religion is inherently bad? I'm an anti-theist. I do think that religion is inherently bad, and that's because I think false beliefs are inherently bad. And I think that not every religions differ in how much false belief they include. You know, some religions have a lot of false beliefs and some religions have much fewer false beliefs, but I have never come across a religion that doesn't have at least some false beliefs included in the framework. And I think that especially when you imbue false beliefs with spiritual or supernatural significance, that's very dangerous. It gets people to devote themselves even more certainly, to devote their lives to concepts which may in fact be false. False beliefs lead us to making bad decisions, decisions which are not good for ourselves, not good for others, and false beliefs are weaponizable by our enemy. So I generally think religion is bad. That doesn't mean that I will not collaborate with religious people. That doesn't mean that religious people cannot take those religions and then take out those parts which are unhealthy. That absolutely does take place. An anti-theist, of course, also does not mean that I'm against theists individually. People who believe in those religions individually are not my enemy. The false belief structures are what I'm against. And so this all comes from the perspective that I'm a physicalist, I'm a materialist, I do not believe in anything supernatural, any claim about supernatural things. I don't agree with it. I don't think it's healthy to have a society where people believe those things. There is literally zero verification that they are the case. So that's my perspective. But yeah, let's see. Got a donation from Little Makwa for $10. They said, hey, Anarch, do you have any thoughts on McGirt versus Oklahoma and how much or if treaty sovereignty can be used as a tool for self-determination and praxis in the future? Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts. Kind of hard to figure out where I would start with answering that question, but it already reinforces treaty sovereignty. The fact that the case was ruled as it was in the Supreme Court is an enormous victory for treaties that have been established between natives and the United States government. The fact that a case that was that big, that important, was ruled as it was by the Supreme Court is enormous. Insofar as that more cases like that can be escalated and escalated up the line, we might find that stare decisis or court precedent is going to make that case even more important than it currently is. As for, can it be used as a tool for self-determination? I would have to say yes. Is it praxis to a limited degree? I mean, I just want to emphasize that getting a tribal state is better than not having a tribal state, because obviously having any power structure which represents the people, even if it is in a hierarchical sense, against a colonist, against an imperialist, against an outside force is better than not having it. But is it itself is building a hierarchical tribal nation that uses capitalism going to liberate native people in the United States? My belief is no, it's not. It's going to protect them from further exploitation, but it is not going to lead to liberation. Capitalism won't lead to the liberation of anyone. Does that mean that they're the enemy? Not necessarily. I think that there's some collaboration that can be done with the tribal governments, especially as somebody who lives here in Oklahoma. But I would say that people should not be banking on the U.S. government's recognition of tribal governments being the tool by which colonization is actually going to be reversed. That is going to require bottom-up upswell of energy. That is going to require direct action. That is going to require the establishments of horizontal power structures that actually bring together colonized peoples in order to overthrow and replace their oppressors' power structures. But that's not my choice, is it? Not my choice. Those are just my thoughts. KX says, I've noticed a lot more libertarian socialism and anarchists than I expected when organizing, fortunately. Wondering what your experiences are working around and with Leninists of all kinds. So, yeah, I mean, we do not work with Leninists in a general sense. We have people among us who were Leninists or were once, educated around Marxist-Leninism, but have moved away from it. But the organization does not admit Marxist-Leninists, and in a general sense, we do not collaborate with authoritarian leftist organizations. That being said, if people want to come out and volunteer, they can. What I would say is that you will continue to be surprised how many more libertarian socialists and anarchists there actually are. I think one of the problems we have right now is just that there's not all of these bodies to bring together libertarian socialists and anarchists in order to organize together. And so a lot of us don't even know that we have allies around us. And I actually suspect that 80% of the time when somebody tells me there's no libertarian socialists or anarchists in my area, they're wrong. That there are, they just haven't communicated with them yet. They haven't found a way to reach out to these people. They haven't found them. Right? I think that that's the case the majority of the time that people say that. I think people really underestimate the degree to which there are already radicals that believe in horizontal power structures. Gustavo Azevedo says, is it Azevedo? Oh, sorry, it's a little obscured. Azevedo. What are your thoughts on Albert Camus and absurdism? I mean, I would consider myself an absurdist. At this point in my life, I've been very influenced by absurdism, stoicism, and maybe you might call it a secular Buddhism. I have drawn a lot from these perspectives. They have all been very helpful for me in developing a sense of self, for understanding how I should approach the world, how I should understand conflict, how I should understand self and other. Those have all been very important for me. Absurdism was, I mean, I've said before, and I'll say it many times to come, that absurdism, I think, saved my life when I was around 15. Insofar as that I was going through very traumatic, difficult things that were taking place there. I had a sister with a muscular disease called the Friedreich's ataxia, and I was watching her slowly wither away and die in front of me, and that took place for around 20 years. But it helped me understand the world because I came into that being I was religious when I was young. You know, I believed in the supernatural. I believed in God. I believed in miracles, believed in all that stuff. And it didn't help. It didn't give me any guidance. It gave me sort of like placating platitudes. It didn't help me understand anything that's happening around me, and the world didn't make any sense through that framework. So absurdism was the first time I felt like I was breathing fresh air. Like it made me feel like, oh my God, wow, actually, no. Everything finally like makes sense. And I think learning about Buddhism was also helpful. Learning about how desire is connected to suffering. And then as my life went on, learning about what Stoicism actually was, not what Stoicism is colloquially, but what it actually was and what they believed. I've experienced that these three philosophies throughout my life have provided ongoing insight. So yeah, I'm very influenced by absurdism. Cy Maurice says, you've probably mentioned this in a video, but what do you think are the practical steps to begin overcoming the current fragmentation of LibSoc organizations nationally? You know, it's really unfortunate. It should not be such a challenge to get everybody who is horizontal to work together. But mostly it seems to be a logistical issue. It seems like it's just hard to get everybody to get on board with federation or confederation, as the case may be. Really, it just seems like there need to be people that are going to do that work. But it seems like most people like the idea, or a lot of people like the idea, but aren't doing the actual legwork to do it. And then you have this other problem that as soon as they start federation building or confederation building, then they want to make the tent bigger and bigger and bigger. And then they start making worse and worse platforms. And now you've got authoritarians in your organizations, and then everything falls apart. It's absolutely just, you're never going to be able to make authoritarian leftism and libertarian socialism work together. They don't work together. They have completely different aims. They have different strategies. They have different theoretical frameworks for understanding the world. So, yeah, I mean, it needs to be a platform organization. It needs clear points of unity. And the points of unity need to take into account the context of the scale as well. So if you're trying to get everybody in an entire nation into a confederation, well, your points of unity need to be broad enough to include the coalition you're hoping to put together. You know, you can't start, or you can't be, you cannot be too rigid in those, insofar as that you might alienate people who would be allies and strong collaborators, but you also cannot be too loose with your points of unity, such that now you're including people who have strategies which are going to step on your toes. So I think it's really important that the the federations or confederations function as groupings of tendency to some degree, that they need to still utilize the platformist conception that it is about creating a strategic and tactical unity around libertarian socialism or horizontal methods more broadly. And that's not easy necessarily, because a lot of people who are interested, once again, in coalition building are the sort of people who are really intoxicated by big tent methodology. So those seem like kind of some of the struggles as far as I've seen. I saw a few people bring up Taoism. What do you think about the concept of the Tao? What do you think of conceiving of God in this way? I guess it depends on your interpretation of the Tao, because it should be said that Taoism has a few different distinct interpretations, some of which are very hierarchical and some of which are not at all. So Taoism arose, and this is caveating that I'm not an expert. This is my understanding. Taoism arose in Imperial China. And so there are interpretations of Taoism which are more hierarchical, and there are interpretations of Taoism which are more horizontal in nature. I think that there are, strong indications within Taoism of a horizontal understanding of the world. But I also think that there is, in those more hierarchical interpretations, Taoism is a sort of quietist philosophy that essentially bids people to give in to the flow of the universe rather than thinking that they have any say in how it changes. In a way, it faces the same split that Stoicism has faced. Okay, because Stoicism faces a similar problem insofar as that there are interpretations of it which are very hierarchical, and there are interpretations of it which are very horizontal. So it kind of depends on which of these approaches you're taking. I'm going to assume if you're in my group chat, if you're in my chat here on Livestream, you probably take this more horizontalist approach, but it should be said that that's not necessarily the approach that a lot of people take. And I don't think that it is any mistake that in the Tao Te Ching that you have a lot of reference to the sovereign and the Lord. And I know that this is supposed to be conceptually a reference to the Tao as being above all and being everything at the same time. But it should also be said that our understanding of the Tao Te Ching needs to be framed within the understanding that it was being written within Imperial China, and that some of this may not, in fact, be misunderstandings or weird translations, that it may, in fact, actually be conceptualizing of the Tao as being above all. Because this is something that a lot of philosophies that are based around, once you start understanding that the universe has a flow and that it has this massive momentum that is everything, and that it does what it does, and that the scales are enormous sometimes. This is something you see with people who have very scientific views or determinist views. This is something you see with Stoicism. This is something you see with Taoism, that this makes a lot of people try to shrink their zone of influence, to try to shrink what their conception of what they can and cannot affect is. So in Stoicism, we see this especially in the conception of that Stoics say that you need to understand that your only locus of control is yourself. All you can control is yourself, it's often said in Stoicism. But there's two different ways you can look at this and two different ways you can interpret that. One is, oh, well, all I control is myself. I can't control the world. I'm going to retreat. I don't have any power over anything. All I control is myself. It can be very, very individualist. That interpretation is very individualist. And it benefits hierarchical power structures if you believe that. The other interpretation is, well, no. It's true that my only locus of control is my body, but my body interacts with the world. My voice conveys ideas. My hands do works that change things. So I can control myself, and myself can now control other things. And if you take that conception, then the question becomes, well, what's the scope of yourself? And in the same way, Taoism has this same kind of tension within it. There's this tension between, well, everything has a flow. You're like a leaf on the pond. Well, that's disempowering if you think of it that way. But if then what you say is, well, I'm part of the flow, I interact, You know, the Tao acts through me and I am the Tao. That's the horizontal interpretation. So it should just be said that Taoism has that context. Taoism was, at the time that it was being developed, being interpreted in both ways, and it had both conceptions being practiced. And that it is to this day still interpreted in both ways. And the same can be said of Stoicism. KX says, I've wanted to ask this for a while. We are in agreement that authoritarian leftism isn't genuine leftism, I believe. I've always disliked that you phrase it without air quotes. I don't agree. That's not true. Leftism is about militant. It's about labor militancy. Authoritarian leftism is leftism. I think that there is a tendency of people to want to make every word that is associated with them people that agree with them. You don't need to agree with everybody who has your label, right? Like individualist anarchists do this as well, where they act like the only anarchists are individualist anarchists. And then if you kind of ask them why, well, the social anarchists don't agree with us. And it's like, okay, well, the word doesn't, just because the word applies to you and them doesn't mean you need to agree. The word doesn't, every word does not suggest that you agree on everything. And the word leftism is the same way. Leftism is a very nebulous word to begin with. For me, leftism is associated with revolutionary, or if not revolutionary, radical labor militancy. And say what you will about the authoritarian leftists, but they are absolutely about radical labor militancy. And so much as we might dislike authoritarian leftists, they are leftists. Yeah, I mean, I already see people saying, you know, like, okay, but they're, you know, betraying the left. Okay, but they're betraying labor militancy. Yeah, that's true. But I think that it's important to understand that we're talking about an ideological framework. We're not talking about the outcomes. Now, if you're talking about the outcomes, you're just talking about why you are a libertarian socialist rather than an authoritarian leftist more broadly. And that's fine. I agree with you. That's why I'm not an authoritarian leftist, is because their method doesn't work and it doesn't actually lead to liberatory outcomes for labor. Like, that's precisely the case, but that's just a disagreement in strategy and tactics and so on. You know, the word doesn't need to describe, just because we share the word doesn't mean we have to agree or collaborate. Right? Like, just because I use the word human doesn't mean that I agree with every human. I don't need for people I disagree with to not be categorized as human just because we disagree. You know, it's just not necessary. Not every word has to be a grouping of tendency. Not every word has to be a complete agreement on precepts. KX, yeah, I just disagree with that. I don't agree. That's fine if you feel that way, but I don't think that's correct. I mean, it should be said that the word leftism does actually just accord to parliamentary politics originally. That's literally all, like, that's where it began. Leftism is literally about the two different wings of the French Parliament. So the word has clearly shifted over time, and it does not accord to hierarchy. I disagree. I can't see any usage historically which accords the word leftism to being about hierarchy or anti-hierarchy. Yeah, I mean, I just see people kind of repeating what I've already responded to. So, yeah, no, I just disagree. I think that this is just a historical process that the left continually does. You know, they confuse outcomes with beliefs and ideology. You know, if all you ever did was take outcomes and attach them to the words, then the only true leftist, the only true socialist, the only true communist, the only true revolutionaries, that, and so on and so on and so on, would just be whoever you agree with. And I just think that's the wrong way to go. That's a bad way to build a taxonomy. That is an ideologically motivated way to build a taxonomy. When you build a taxonomy, you should be looking at the actual structural concepts and then just trying to give them the terms that are necessary. You know, authoritarian leftism is leftism. You know, it's about building revolutionary constituencies around labor militancy. It is about trying to liberate the working class. That's what leftists all actually hold in common, is this politics based around, it's working class politics. It's the liberatory working class politics. It's pretty much all it boils down to. And that's fine. You know, you don't need everybody who uses the word leftist to agree with you on tactics and strategy, because just because they use the word leftist doesn't mean that you need to build a coalition with them. I like what is politics. I just disagree on this. KX, how was the parliament organized? It was organized based on two wings of, one wing was the revolutionary capitalist wing and one wing was the monarchist wing. So like, if what we did is we took left from French parliament, then we would be revolutionary capitalists, because that's what the left was in the French parliament. There was no socialism in the French parliament. So it clearly cannot be the case that we're just using the word as transplanted from its original contention. Piraha says, is it reasonable to critique consequentialism because it says that if a bad action leads to a good outcome, the bad action is correct? But if it led to a good outcome, how is it a bad action? Like, give me the, like, what do you mean? I don't, it seems to me that if it produced a good outcome, it was a good action. That's the whole point of consequentialism. It's about understanding the fact that good outcomes determine good actions. If your good actions produced bad outcomes, they weren't good actions. This is what almost everybody always misunderstands. Everybody's always imagining that what's happening in consequentialism is some kind of like the ends justify the means sort of argument. But that's not what's being said, because if you used sort of villainous means, then it would produce bad outcomes. You know, everybody's like, well, what about if you did atrocious act, but it produced a discreetly good outcome? And it's like, okay, well, what about all the bad things that were caused by the atrocious act? Those are bad outcomes. Those things are part of bad outcomes. So consequentialism involves all of the discrete outcomes of the actions. So if you propose atrocious act to achieve good outcome, well, then you have to include all of the bad outcomes that come from the atrocious act. And now you don't have a good outcome. Now you have a good outcome mixed in with bad outcomes. And so consequentialism would say that that wasn't a good outcome. It was a middling outcome or a mixed outcome. Goofy says, what definition would then describe what is politics explains then? Because what he defines is important, whether you want to call it left or right. For me, that's just the difference between authoritarianism and libertarianism. That's why I use those words. Or we could say, you know, hierarchy and anti-hierarchy, or we could say egalitarianism and domination, right? Like all of those words do that job. We don't really need left and right to also do that job. It kind of makes it harder to delineate between the various features. I mean, I don't care if y'all use left and right in that fashion. Just understand that when I use left and right, I'm not using it in the sense of hierarchy and anti-hierarchy. When I mean hierarchy and anti-hierarchy, that's what I say. The words that I generally will use to refer to those are authoritarianism and libertarianism. And if you read my work, you can see that. So I think the two opposed precepts are authoritarianism and domination. Authoritarianism is centralization and hierarchicalization of power. Domination is about exertion of force, threat, deception, etc., downwards. Then on the opposite side, you've got libertarianism, which is horizontalization and distribution of power, and mutuality, which is essentially the cooperative impulse, sharing, the abolition of zero-sum games, those sorts of things. So on both sides, you have kind of two principles that are in opposition to one another. And these two principles are grouped together into hierarchical power structures. And these two principles are grouped together into horizontal power structures. And if we were to talk about what kinds of philosophical or ideological trends are focused on those are authoritarian trends, or we might say hierarchical trends. And if we were to talk about what sort of trends are associated with these, we talk about libertarian or horizontalist trends. For me, left and right is 100% about capitalism and anti-capitalism. I like What is Politics. They've made a lot of good videos. So this is not really a criticism of their work. The thing is that I know What is Politics could hear this or listen to me saying this right now. And because they are an academic, they wouldn't take offense to it because they understand how this all works, right? When you're in academia, you don't really take offense to these sorts of things. You're just like, oh, okay, I understand that difference in usage. And you might proffer your arguments for why you approach it this way or why you approach it that way and what your foundations are. But a lot of what academia is sort of respectfully understanding where disagreements arise and, differences in terminological usage. Knowledge and Defense says, does that mean you think that movements that focus on other hierarchies like race, gender, etc., are only liberal and not quite leftist if they're not always accompanied by anti-capitalism? No, I guess what I would say is that those are all anti-hierarchical. And that the only reason why we have this kind of preference for talking about the hierarchy of capitalism, and the only reason why that we make these particular distinctions is because most of us arise out of a historical milieu, which is about anti-capitalism and is about, workers' movements and proletarian liberation. And so we give that one particular hierarchy a particular scale, but that what we're really talking about when we're libertarian socialists is we're talking about anti-hierarchy more broadly, and that's the libertarian part of libertarian socialist is anti-hierarchy. So I wouldn't call these. I would say, however, one part of what you've said is true, and that is that focus on race, gender, etc. is liberal unless it contains anti-capitalism. That part is absolutely the case, but I guess that's not necessarily what I'm emphasizing by using this terminology. That's not what I'm trying to get at, but that is an effect of that discussion. Yeah, the left historically has been a socialist, has been about being a socialist grouping more than anything else. Knowledge and Defense says, I believe that if fascism is capitalism in decay, then Pat Sock / Nosbol / Magicom red fascism is Leninism in decay. I mean, I guess ideologically, but what we see is that in a lot of the cases in the modern day, it just seems to arise from the ideology being in decay more than the system being in decay, right? Like most people who have those perspectives in the modern day are people who are just living under capitalism. They're not even living under an authoritarian leftist or state socialist system. Johnny Bravo says, do you think anarchists need to stop using the word libertarianism because it will always be confused with right-wing libertarianism? No, I think that we've actually already begun succeeding. I think that we're already in the process of changing that word around. I think that now we have proliferated an understanding of this word within leftist spaces. That's step number one. Now we need to undergo the process of sort of proliferating that word among normal people. And I actually think that this is mostly a problem for the Anglosphere. But if you look at, for example, Brazil, when we look at Brazil, the OSL, I'm pretty sure OSL stands for the Organization for Libertarian Socialism. And it's an anarchist organization, essentially. I think we are in the process of reclaiming this word. I think that we're not there yet, but we're succeeding little by little. Yeah, as Communist Capybara says, libertarianism in most places outside of the US is already associated with the left rather than the right. Yeah, this is mostly a problem with the United States. But I have heard some people in, say, like the UK or like Australia also have some confusions over this. I think it's mostly people that are in the Anglosphere that this confusion took place. Wallach says, hey, Anarch, how would complex production lines where resources pass through several hands work under anarchy without creating a hierarchy of communes, i.e. they have the factory, asking for a friend? I don't think that that's necessarily going to be a problem, given that the workplaces are not these little islands that determine everything all by themselves. They're integrated in federations of councils and collective decision-making structures. Like, anarchy does not mean every little individual sector makes all the decisions all by itself. It means that power roots from the bottom up, and that power is then combined and collected in different ways as that power scales in both regional context and in number of people involved and in the complexity of industry. So the people that work in the factory, they kind of own the factory in a sense, but the councils that they are part of as well, that rest within their region, for example, and say ones that are involved in their industry also have collective decision-making power over the factory. So they don't own the factory at the expense of everyone. They are still part of a collective decision-making system. I think one of the mistakes a lot of people make with anarchy is they continually think what it means is everything is compartmentalized, that this little sect over here makes all the decisions about everything it does, and nobody gets to tell it what to do. And that sect over there gets to make all the decisions about what it does, and nobody tells it what to do. That's not what social anarchists want. What social anarchists want is for all of the pertinent decisions about their day-to-day tasks and how everything proceeds, those are made by them, but that they are part of a broader framework of an overlapping, many overlapping Venn diagrams of control and direction, where everybody is involved in the collective direction and decision-making of how everything is together, managed, administrated, etc. So they can't literally use the factory at everybody's expense because they don't by themselves get to make all the decisions about how the factory is used. They the decisions they make about the factory are involved in a bunch of collective decisions that they make with everyone else. Knowledge and Defense says, isn't it also true that the moment we announce an international federation, capitalism will launch direct assaults against us? Not necessarily. I think that that is going to be dependent on how much power it ends up having. So, you know, like, for example, in the United States, we have Symbiosis Federation. It's an entire continental federation, but we haven't experienced any attacks by the state. But if we got powerful, I bet we would. So it's not the declaration of the Federation, it's about the Federation becoming effective. Got 100 SEK from Goofy8907. The message just says solidarity, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much for donating. I'm going to take a short break. Let's see, trying to find, is this the image? Is that even doing anything? Can't even find it. I'm just going to find it again. Give me a sec. There we go. Cool. Be back in a minute. All right, I have returned. It is I. Ouch. Oops. Ow. Hurt my finger. Anyway, I am back. My chair is so cheap that the bolts like stick up through the seat of the chair. Ugh, that hurt. I do believe we have sorry, I shouldn't have looked at another chat in the middle of a sentence. Generally bad idea. By the way, if you're ADHD, don't look at something else in the middle of a sentence. I do think it's time to smoke. I think it's time to smoke. You found you it's your first time seeing me live, and I'm about to smoke. I think that's a great representation of me being live here. Endeavor Zay says, hey, Anarch, do you think humans are egoist or altruist? Both. They're both. They are neither explicitly one or the other. They have aspects of both in their thinking. We're a social species. And so altruism is fundamentally built into our genetics. However, we are crafted by evolution, which means egoism, self-interest, is also crafted into our genetics. That's part of what we are. And, you know, the two together sort of reciprocally condition one another. And one of the reasons why they actually work well together is that altruism is in our self-interest in many occasions. Because having a functional species, a species that functions together, which cooperates, which has collective interests, which recognizes the need to develop a complex society, is in our egoistic interest, right? But egoism without collectivism is deprives others. It damages the greater social fabric of society, which then disempowers us. We've now made a more toxic environment, an environment which harms us to a significant degree. This is why it's a spooky, scary stream. But yeah, and similarly, a species that were purely altruist, even to the degree that it was damaging to the individuals within it, that wouldn't be good. Although I'm having a hard time seeing how that could be the case, to be honest. Seems a lot harder to do the latter than the former, but... Oh, I got a new member, Eric Gray. Oh, a member for 2 months. Thank you for coming back, Eric. I appreciate it. And he says, recommended reading, Refusing the Syndicalist versus Primitivist Debate by Lorenzo Camboa Irvin. Okay, listen, I am not necessarily... I'll say this. The title of that, I'm like, I don't know. If that were anybody else but Lorenzo Camboa Irvin, I would probably... like not be interested. I'd be like, oh my God, I've already got opinions. I'm moving on. But I'm like, wait, Lorenzo Camboa Irvin wrote about technology? I'm down. I'm convinced. Lorenzo Camboa Irvin, primitivist. Okay, let's see if I can find it. Yeah, there it is. Found it. Sweet. It's not very long though. Dang. Oh, is it a snippet? Did it get taken out of something? No. Where was it published? I'm confused. Okay, this is like a statement. Where did this get published? It's a statement about... but... Source. Okay, let's track it down one degree further. Came from Libcom. Was it submitted by Lorenzo Camboa-Irvin himself? Did Lorenzo Camboa-Irvin submit this directly to Libcom? Is that what happened here? It says it was submitted by AJI. I'd be so interested to know where this was originally published, or whether this is where it was originally published. Yeah, here you are. You caught a live stream. Member for 10 months. Thank you so much, Long Defiant. That's really, I really appreciate that. Long Defiant says, thanks for the stream. My landlord decided she wanted to sell my rental, so I'm moving soon. That sucks. Social hierarchy sucks. Solidarity. Dang, that's too bad. Well, I hope that transition works out for you. Sorry, people keep calling me during this for some reason. Isn't that just life in a nutshell? You're like sitting around doing nothing for hours and nobody calls, and then all once you're busy and then everybody's calling at the same time. Eric Gray says, I'm not sure. My bad, homie. Well, there's nothing to apologize for. I'm honestly intrigued by the fact that this was published. It's okay. So I'll start off. It's so short. I'm thinking about reading it to stream. It starts, I spoke in Eugene, Oregon on October, and now there's some debate over whether, oh, why am I not showing you all? Give me a sec. I'll get that set up. There we go. All right. I bet it's not very legible to y'all right now. I'll try to kind of zoom in on it. So it was submitted originally in 2011. He says, I spoke in Eugene, Oregon on October, and now there is some quote unquote debate over whether Lorenzo is a quote unquote primitivist. And suddenly I'm in the middle of syndicalist v. primitivist debate that I have no interest in at all. This is certainly some manufactured bullshit. Wow, that's funny. I recently spoke in Eugene and Portland before anarchist audiences on behalf of a political prisoner serving 23 years for the destruction of property. Just like I support political prisoners all over the world, but the subject of the talk had nothing to do about quote unquote primitivism. Hell, the Portland talk was sponsored by the APLAN, the Anarchist Prison Support Group, and dealt with the war, prisons, and police brutality. I'm in nobody's camp on that, but I will say that I'm for the eradication of capitalism and Western civilization, which is based on the enslavement of my people and the colored peoples of the world. I've had that position for a long time, but that's my position. We are not trying to just dismantle the USA or put the black, brown, yellow faces in high places, nor elect an anarchist parliament. We want to fundamentally change social life and throw off the old system entirely, not make the corrupt tectonic society, quote unquote, work for the people. Hell, that's no different than what the Bolsheviks did in Russia, tried to make the capitalist economy / Western civilization serve the people in a new worker state, quote unquote. I do know that we want to do away with a society based on racial slavery, economic exploitation, political domination, and all forms of social oppression. Is that a primitivist critique? Well, I don't know. What form a new society / way of life will take exactly, I'm not sure, but I am open to listen to someone else's perspective, and I feel I am strong enough myself to make critical decisions about it. But of course, I did not go to Eugene to join up. Although some may want to think that. I did not even have any discussions about the subject the whole time I was there. The crazy thing was, before I even arrived, rumors started that I hated the Eugene anarchists, and nobody could understand why I would speak there. I never said any such thing, and I go where people receive me. Even I do not agree with... I think this has a typo. I think it's supposed to say, even though I do not agree with some aspects of their overall ideology or core concepts. I speak before all kinds of audiences, but especially anarchists of all stripes. Syndicalists, anti-globalists, platformists, ABC federations, black autonomists, as well as all kinds of independent radicals. You cannot infer membership in an organization or political sympathy strictly based on a talk I give. I don't appreciate folks trying to attribute some type of ulterior motives or refining their pet theories at my expense. But you know what I am not going to raise. But you know what? I'm not going to raise it again, and we'll let you all worry about it. We'll let you all worry about it. I'll just tell the truth and let the chips fall where they may. Meanwhile, I will be coming out with a new version of Anarchism and the Black Revolution soon, which will state my position. It will definitely be different from previous versions, but don't think it will be a primitivist treatise, but think about it yourself. I never do or say things because I want people to like me. I always want to think of myself as a unique person politically that creates new ways of thinking, which means that I will consider new ideals, even if I partially or wholly reject them. What I don't like is for people to try to pressure or pillory me if I do consider new critiques of the state and capitalism. When I first came out with my original critiques in Anarchism and the Black Revolution in 1979, I was shunned and vehemently criticized by the North American anarchist movement, primarily the USA. People claimed that I was race baiting, preaching separatism, destroying class unity between black and white, and other nonsense. And now I am to believe that they are worried that I am turning against syndicalism and becoming a primitivist, whatever that is. The truth is, I have not described myself as a syndicalist in years. I'm a black autonomist and see indigenous and oppressed people of color as centric to any social change in this world, not as either subjects or savages. And let me say that either on ideology or mannerisms, I don't think so-called primitivists are any more inherently racist than some of the racist assholes I've met and argued with in the IWW, ARA, AFA, and other such tendencies over the years, who not only didn't want black peoples of color in any numbers in their movements, but didn't want to deal with anything we had to say about the lack of diversity of those movements and their white working class hero orientation. Nothing has changed with all that all through the years, and all of you here know that if you're honest. White radicals, anarchists, socialists, or communists feel that they speak for white workers. They don't, but that's another story. And at best, give lip service to the struggles of blacks, or people of color. They don't feel that we have anything to contribute to a social revolution except as members of their federations or parties. So I'm not joining any totally white movement, syndicalist, primitivist, libertarian, Marxist, anarchist, or otherwise, but I will consider political arguments from any such tendencies, and may even incorporate parts of them. In that respect, I'm not dogmatic, although some may accuse me of being eclectic or a pragmatist. Finally, I don't have to ask for permission of anybody to go somewhere and speak, and I will just leave it to those weak souls who worry about what I do and say, as if it has some such deep political meaning, and they have to worry about it all as if I were a leader or head of state. Craziness. If it bothers you that much and you stay awake at night worrying about me, then seek professional counseling, because I do and say what I want, and it may drive you totally insane trying to figure it all out. That's funny. Even the tea leaves ain't telling nothing. There's no hidden message here from my trip, and I have not gone into anybody's camp. I still think for myself, and what may seem like a contradiction to you makes perfect sense to me. Enough said. Don't you people have anything better to do? A world war is raging. There's an international capitalist economic crisis. Millions are imprisoned, starving, or being murdered by governments. And all you have time to do is wonder about such nonsense. November 2001. That's funny. You know, it's interesting because it does contain some of his opinions on the topic, but it's mostly him bitching at them for having such bad interpersonality and also just believing made up bullshit about him, which sounds incredibly familiar. Incredibly. Anarchism, the Black Revolution is so fucking good, but that was interesting. He certainly it's interesting because I can't quite tell what his original position was that they were upset about. It sounds like they're saying he's betraying syndicalist principles. That was the critique that they levied at him, he mentioned. So that means it was syndicalists being angry at him for being quote unquote primitivist. But he's like, I'm not a primitivist. That's what he meant when he said, like, I will not be publishing a primitivist treatise. Well, I've read the original Anarchism and the Black Revolution, and I looked at the new layout of the updated version that he's mentioning in that there. I like skimmed it and saw the new restructuring, but I didn't recall him talking about primitivism, technology, syndicalism, or any of that. But of course, I didn't read thoroughly the new updated edition other than to see what he had added. But now I'm interested to find where he mentions it in that. Let's see if we can find it. Give me a sec. So, oh no, it's not easy to find the updated version. It's not on Anarchist Library. The old one's on Anarchist Library. It's good. I want him to make money. Anyway, well, that was interesting. It was short enough that I was like, might as well read it. Let's see here. Thought about making your webcam a small square on the screen like cool streamers do. You're probably right. It's probably better for the stream that I were to do that. Kaipi 2070, we were reading a piece by Lorenzo Camboa Irvin. Apparently it was like a statement to anarchists who were having him stay for the conferences. And it sounds like he went there. I don't know, it sounded like the syndicalists, anarcho-syndicalists were upset with him because he said something they construed as being primitivist. But he then was responding, he's not a primitivist, and he's not even interested in that whole debate, in the separations that come along with that debate. He was annoyed at them for being uncritical about understanding his position on the topic, and also in not understanding the context that wasn't even what he was talking about. It may have bearing on what was being talked about, but it wasn't like what he was even commenting on. And then they just like enrolled him in a war he didn't want to be part of. That's essentially what the summary of that letter was. And he was denying their classification of where he stood and what position he took on the subject. And it sounds almost like that was like in a Discord or something. I know that's a weird thing to say. It's almost like that was a message that he published, because it had the Discord write-up style, like things that he wanted to be italics weren't. They had asterisks around them instead. And that suggests to me maybe it was a copy and paste out of a Discord comment. Because it sounds like he made the comment while he was at the event, because he says, I will be continuing to attend the next few days, is essentially what he was saying in the letter. So that means that it wasn't even over with. This must have been asynchronously happening in some kind of messaging app. That's what it looked like to me, but I'm just making shit up because I don't know the answer. So have you heard of the managerial class in books like Leviathan and Its Enemies by Sam Francis? No, I've not. I mean, I've heard of the managerial class, and I've heard the permutation, the professional managerial class, but I haven't read any work where that is analyzed. So I wouldn't say I'm familiar. KX, you just need to activate the Patreon integration on the Patreon options. I think it's in settings or something. You go into settings and then you just feed it your Discord information, and it will just automatically invite you into the Discord. So that should automatically take place. If it doesn't, DM me on Patreon and I will just send you a link to the Discord. Riveroon says, quote unquote, don't you all have anything better to do? That is it pretty much. There you go. You summarized it. I gave like some long-winded summary. You just summarized it. He's like, don't you all have anything better to do? Which is hilarious. Actually accurate for sure. Knowledge and Defense says, watching BreadTube like some more news on Jordan Peterson and Sean on Harry Potter neoliberalism makes me feel like they're anarchists, but no one gave them the memo. Why not, considering their influence? I mean, I would tend to agree with you. The some more news on Jordan Peterson was very anarchist. Sean on Harry Potter neoliberalism, I'll have to go refresh myself on that. I don't remember that video specifically, but I would also agree that often I catch things in their analysis that seem to me to be very anarchist by nature. I will say, somebody told me that some more news is not just written by the two of them, that it has a small team of writers, and that they switch off in having more and less influence in all of the scripts that are being written. So some of them are more influenced by different ones of them on the writing staff, which includes Cody and Katie, but is not just Cody and Katie. And so I would be very interested to know who wrote that episode for Some More News. Ghost Rider confirmed. Yeah, I mean, think of them. Some More News is like YouTube Jon Stewart, which hope that they don't feel like that's an insult, but it's my characterization of it. I consider it not an insult, but instead a compliment, because I actually really like Jon Stewart, all things considered. Maybe that makes me very millennial, but I have a lot of fondness for Jon Stewart. He was a oppositional voice in a time when it was not popular to have an oppositional voice. And he did it very, very well. Absolutely insufferably liberal at times. But as he's grown older, Jon Stewart seems like he's gotten more cynical about the political system, which usually correlates with somebody becoming more radical. So a lot of his commentary seems more radical, for sure. But it definitely seems like he's reining it in on the Daily Show's resurrected version. It's still good. It reminds me a lot of his old stuff, for sure. But it seems like society has radicalized considerably since Jon Stewart's old run on the Daily Show. I think he's doing a pretty good job keeping up, but that he's not as radical of a voice in the discussion as he was by contrast during the peak of the Daily Show. KX says he's basically a Bernie sympathizer. Agreed. Yeah. I think that he's a social democrat. That's what I think Jon Stewart is. Jon Stewart doesn't have the stomach for an armed revolt. He probably doesn't like the idea of one, even though he probably thinks that it's possibly necessary. I can kind of get that vibe out of him sometimes. But I think that Jon Stewart wants everything to happen through the system, and he just wants a better society for everybody. He thinks that, he just has a higher expectation of the bare minimum, like we all should, right? He wants things to just get better. He's looking at the system and he believes what the system can potentially do, or its mythology about what it can potentially do. And he just hopes against hope that it will do what it says it can do in its mythology. And I don't dislike him for that. I understand he's a product of his time and where he came from and who he is as a person. And he's so knowledgeable that I can't really chastise him, where it's just like, everything that I would tell you, John. You're an incredibly well-educated guy. I just don't know how you've come to these conclusions. But yeah, it's because he's a social democrat. It's absolutely just the case. That's what it is. As for whoever wrote the episode on Jordan Peterson on Some More News, though, we need to talk. Who was it? I'd be very interested in seeing more scripts like that one. Absolutely. Beatrix says, what does it matter what Sean is anyway? He's been right on everything he said. I would actually tend to agree with that. Sean also seems like probably he's a social democrat. Social democrats want a better kind of world, and they know a lot about what's wrong with this one. So sometimes they can turn into anarchists after they see the system can't do what they want it to do. Sean's awesome. When I say these things, it's not to diminish anything that any of these people have done. By contrast, it's not at all the intention. It's just to categorize where they stand, where each of these people stand. It's not at all to insult any of the people really involved. I like everybody in the discussion that we're discussing right now. Sean's video on the bell curve. Yes. Sean's video on the bell curve is a banger. And it's more than a banger, right? That almost trivializes it. It's like a significant academic work. It could be published in a journal that was publishing graduate students' papers and doctoral papers and stuff. Like it's a work of impressive scholarship. I learned a lot watching that video. I mean, I thought I understood the topic. I learned so much from that video. Sean just blew it incredibly out of the water. Like, incredible. What a great video. And one of the things that made it so great is that he was really predictive of people's possible resistance to things he was saying, and he was always more than willing to just provide ample evidence to demonstrate every single claim he had to make in the whole damn thing from beginning to end. And incredibly impressive, incredibly persuasive. I think if you showed that to people who disagreed with it beforehand, they would have a really hard time reckoning with what he was saying. Yeah, somebody said it's one of the best YouTube essays. It's literally one of the best YouTube essays. Absolutely. Agreed on that. Incredible. KX says, Cody himself, I suspect, writes the best episodes himself primarily. See his ones on Trump and fascism in particular. That might be the case, but something suggests to me that Katie Stoll might actually have the bigger component in the driver's seat. And that's because if you look at her delivery of her lines that she's writing for any segment she's involved in, it almost sounds like you're, for the first time, hearing the actual voice behind the scripts. It sounds, just pay attention next time. It sounds like the rest of the scripts. It sounds like some of the better scripts, the ones that are really detail oriented, that have that kind of like comedic punch as well. Like I get a lot of when I hear Katie Stoll talk, I'm like, oh shit, you are an important component in this show for damn sure. Like I can hear your voice in the show. Like everything, when Cody is speaking, he's speaking your words. Like it sounds like it a lot of the time. And so I wonder how much her actual contribution is, because it seems like it must be significant if there's that much of a characteristic within their work that seems to accord to Katie's artistic voice. Katie Stoll, it's she's the woman on Some More News, like it's Cody and Katie's on there sometimes, Cody's on there all the time, and then Katie is like does commercials or does short intermediary parts in certain essays, or has even done entire episodes in some of the Some More News episodes. Sam M says, and this is he just became a member now for 8 months. Thank you so much. And he says, does the online left have a problem with treating ideology as an identity, in particular younger folks treating their radicalism as a teenage phase? A lot a lot of online social structures incentivize this. No. And yeah, I mean, obviously it's absolutely the case. I think you know that I agree with you. In fact, now I've done several videos that I think address the topic. You know, I did the one that was called Aesthetics as Radicalism, or kind of like it just says in place of radicalism. And then I did the one recently where I'm talking about Eris McBay's Culture of Defeat. I think absolutely it's a serious problem. Ideology shopping, you might say. I think it comes from having a shallow engagement with the material, not understanding what the foundations for all of the positions are. I guess that might suggest an incuriousness. But I also think it is not having a good foundation for being able to judge the disagreements between different thoughts, between different ideologies, and to be able to discern when an argument is impactful or not. Sometimes arguments, you might say that some arguments, like imagine, I guess, I don't know, this is a silly way to think of it, but like imagine like boats firing at each other, trying to get through each other's holes, right? But it's like some arguments do superficial damage where it's like, oh yeah, if I accept that and I understand its premises and I accepted that into my work, it would be a very shallow criticism. I would need to make very minor repairs in order to weather the attack you've offered in your argument. Sometimes it doesn't dismantle very much. Sometimes it's incidental. Sometimes their argument doesn't even land. But there's varying degrees of damage an argument can do, right? Some arguments are so devastating that a whole entire thought system can go exploding into 1,000 pieces. And I don't know if you've ever experienced that as a person, but that absolutely can happen. Some arguments are that impactful. I try to look for, okay, stop that. Sorry. It's telling me I don't have enough RAM, so I'm going to shut some things off. Give me just a sec. All right, should be better. Am I still live streaming? I think I'm still live streaming, but my window has crashed. Yep, window crashed. Looks like I'm still doing good. Cool. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, ideology shopping. So I think sometimes people think if there's a valid argument against an idea, they think that all valid arguments are like the ones that make the whole ideology explode into a million pieces. They have so little understanding of how it's all held together that they're not able to account for errors and be able to discern whether those errors are enormous errors or minor errors. They are doing a bad job actually assessing what the argument might be in response. They're not good at defending the ideology a lot of the time because they haven't really thought through how they would respond to a bunch of critiques. I think that comes from people not questioning their own ideology enough. They're not thinking people have a problem with, as soon as they find an error, getting discouraged and just abandoning it. It's like, wait, but that might have been extremely minor if you think about the arguments. Just think on it a little bit longer. Don't object it or don't eject it. Don't get rid of it. Don't compartmentalize. Just think about it for a while. I think if you do that, then you will become more and more settled in your radicalism, and you'll start to realize the reason why that as a radical you feel dejected is not because you're wrong. In fact, you're right. That's the reason why you as a radical are somehow predicting everything the system's going to do all the time. And people who are in positions of power and authority can't seem to understand anything about what's about to happen and are constantly making glaring, enormous, world-changing errors, predicting what the system's going to do. And radicals, regular-ass radicals, are sitting around being like, the system's about to do this. and you're right, and somehow all the experts are wrong. And you experience that over and over and over. And you're in the situation where like, what the fuck? Well, how can I be so right? And yet nothing is changing. The world is just the same as it was before. It feels infuriating and alienating, right? But here's the thing. It's good for you to remind yourself from time to time that your understanding accords to reality. And I think you'll find if you continually return to this process of looking at the structure of your argument, understanding history, understanding how power works, and you keep going back and you say to yourself again, does this structure seem to describe the reality I see around me? I think that what you're going to find is that your radicalism will be perfectly fine and your positions will become more stable over time. Like, yeah, you should be open to changing your mind, but goddamn, you shouldn't be changing your mind every day. You need to stop for a moment and ask yourself if there are good arguments in defense of the position you've already got, instead of just the moment you feel that really serious doubt, just jumping ship. You're probably not going to find the correct position doing that. You could be, I guess what I should say is you could be shifted out of the correct position, the one that's actually true, easier. I mean, just the same as any other ideology, right? If that's all it takes, because even the correct structures are the ones where if you were to defend them, you would still feel a little bit of uncertainty sometimes because you don't know every single connecting argument. Like, sometimes I'll look at some physics oddity or something, right? And I will feel doubt that the structure is correct or that something about it is wrong. And for a moment, I'm like, oh man, what's going on? Why does this work? Or why does this person is saying make sense? And I have to think it through. But if I think it through for long enough, then I'm like, oh no, I was wrong. I didn't understand. Now I understand. Literally the math checks out, do the equation kind of stuff. Right. And it's like, that is what happens even with a system that is as ironclad as physics. So expect your ideology might be kind of hard to defend sometimes because every little interconnecting argument is not necessarily going to be easy to convey. And also you may not understand that connecting argument at the moment you hear a critique. Practice at least enough modesty to be able to say you don't know the answer without also then saying, I guess I'm just wrong about everything. It's like, yeah, I don't really know the answer, but I'll think on that. Like, that's a good point. I'll get back to you, right? Like, give yourself time to think, just be like, okay, like without saying, yeah, you're right. Say, well, maybe you're right. Like, I'll think about it, but nobody changes their mind on the spot, So, anyway, Creator says, I really want to go all out spreading anarchism, but I live in a Muslim country. Feels like I'm going to get called spreading Ajran Sasat, I think is how that would be said. I have no idea, which means misleading Islamic teachings. What do I do? Well, it sounds to me like the perfect conditions to produce a Muslim anarchism. That's what I think. I think that it is the conditions under which you should try to understand what it looks like to be both Muslim and anarchist. And I understand that it can even get more specific about what kinds of things are considered blasphemy, and I understand. But there have been Arab anarchists already. And what's the one that Zoe cited that one time? It is, let's see here, Arab anarchist. What's his name? There's a specific one that I've seen her. I got an idea. Chat figured it out yet? Is it Muhammad Abdu? I just have to know the name of the essay. The essay is what will tip me off. it's very procedural. It's very praxis oriented, but it's also, it's kind of like strongly theoretic. It's like very detailed. It's about the creation of council structures in a time of political and military crisis. And it details the mechanisms by which they built horizontal structures that met people's needs in a time of crisis. That's what the literal essay is about. And it has some kind of formal name, like Democratic Councils in Iran or something like that, you know? So let's see here. Omar something. That's what I just remembered. First name is Omar Aziz. I think I just got it out of nowhere. Omar Aziz. Anarchist. Is that it? I think I found the correct guy. I think that's what it is. No, maybe not. Did I get it wrong? A discussion paper on local councils. Is this it? The formation of local councils in Syria. There we go. I think that's it. I think I found it. There we go. I found it. Yay. There we go. I should have looked back in the chat. You found it before I did in ENIAC. It's formation of local councils. That's what it's called. The Formation of Local Councils, subtitled To Live in Revolutionary Time. And it's super interesting. It's intriguing. I should reread it. It's like medium length, short-ish length. Some of it is the assessment of their conditions uniquely, and you might not necessarily get as much out of those unique conditions. But I think you should ask yourself about the universality of some of these conditions, because they may sound really unique, but in some ways they're kind of universal. Just living in times of crisis and living in times of military crisis or open conflict, that is something that may be pertinent to all of us. It's so interesting. Creator, you say, I'm a closeted atheist, though. I don't want to spread a message I don't fully agree with. You don't need to say that you are Muslim in order to point out that there are congruences. And also understand that this paper, for example, the formation of local councils, has really no commentary on whether it does or does not conflict with like Islam. Like it doesn't, I don't think it's comments on that at all. It just doesn't come up. And I wonder to what degree that might just be what you should do. And that is to say, just don't really comment on religion. I get that it's an incredibly important hierarchy that is around you, but if it affects your ability to find allies and to actually build something that's a threat to the hierarchical power structure that you're within, then you're going to need to do what is necessary in order to build the coalitions of people that will actually be able to get anything done. And if that means that you just got to slow play your understanding, your approaches to religion, your views on religion, then I would say probably just leave that to the side for as long as nobody wants to discuss it. You know, I understand I live in a conservative area. In fact, I live in a very religiously conservative area of the United States, sort of the birthplace of evangelical Southern Baptism. But I find that if that comes up, all you got to do is just kind of like be brief, you know? I mean, just change if you can, maybe it'll be a good idea to change the topic. Like, I don't really want to talk about religion, or, you know, like that can sometimes work in the United States. But I think probably just redirecting back to the facts is generally a good idea. You know, but you know, like they're mentioning the religious component and you just kind of mention the material component. Talk about the, let's see here. Please don't dox people in sensitive areas. I don't know what that means. Okay. Somebody asked, where are you from? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, there's probably might be better for them not to say, but, it does differ, I guess, is another reason why that user might've been asking, because different places have very different approaches to that. Yeah, but those local conditions are going to change the conditions of the organization you must build in response. And it's going to change the conditions of what people need. The person asking, however, even though I agree with you, long defiant, I also agree that it does matter which nation you're in, insofar as that what is or is not legal. But I'm just going to let you make the decision on what you say about that. I'll just say that in general, I'm just going to assume the worst. I'll assume the absolute worst and then operate from there. I think that in a general sense, bring back conversations to the material reasons why you two are both there. You know, for example, Cooperation Tulsa, sometimes we have people that are more religious around us, that's a more important part of their life. And they're like, are y'all, Christian? And we're like, no, we're a secular organization, but, we're open to anybody of any religious faith being present. That's not a problem, right? Like, we are secular is the kind of the way we present it, right? But we're not like coming down one way or another against any of the religions. And that might be the best way to approach it, is to build a secular organization. Now, I know that in the worst places that you actually sometimes might even be at risk building a secular organization, but just that's what I think my approach would be. And I also, it depends on, once again, where you're at, what you might need to think about as being important characteristics. But I think Omar Aziz is writing something that's really interesting for people that are in places where conflict is either recent or imminent or present, literally currently happening. Kind of talks about how they deal with crisis, and I don't know, it might be an interesting starting place for you, even if you don't if it doesn't answer your questions. Shinji Ikari says, I'm asking because I'm from a Muslim country too, and there are many differences between Muslim and Arabic countries. Agreed. It really depends on where you're at, and it depends on where you're at for some really specific aspects. Like Turkey, for example. I think it's a Muslim majority country, and yet in Turkey, I can't be talking about the PKK and the YPJ and Abdullah Öcalan and democratic confederalism and Kurds, and you go talking about that shit, and you're going to be in real trouble in Turkey, as far as we can see. Yeah, people are just noting. Be clandestine about that aspect. Instead, focus on the processes of what needs to be done without worrying so much about the labels. If a person comes to you and they demonstrate to you that they agree with the principles of the things that you agree with, and they come to it from extremely different positions, that person could be an ally regardless of the fact you might disagree on some pretty serious things. You got to do what you got to do in places where you've got people that are more conservative by nature. And you're going to have to bring them to you through an iterative process of demonstration, and specifically demonstration of goodwill and demonstration that you're actually doing something that helps people to begin with. That's what you need to focus on. Focus on doing something that has material impact in people's lives. Material impact. Find a way to make a material impact on the people's lives around you in a positive way. Organize them together for their own power, to bring together their power. Doesn't matter what you call it. Doesn't matter if you call it anarchist, libertarian, socialist, or communalist, or democratic confederalist, or whatever the fuck. If you can bring the people together for the task, that's what matters. Ask yourself how the power of the people can be built. And if you focus on that, I think that even in some of the most repressive places on earth, to my understanding, you might be able to just do that process and build allies and actually make something that could be dual power, you know, a prefigurative alternative set of institutions and structures. It's my opinion. All right, creator. Well, that was my thoughts on that. So I don't know if any of that was helpful for you at all, but that's just my ideas. Downstairs says, Anarch, I know you mentioned this when discussing soldiers having skills required and slave contracts, but do you think soldiers who commit war crimes or sign up for empires have blame? Yeah, I mean, insofar as, yes, absolutely. All of us who participate in the bolstering of structures of oppression and domination obviously have some blame. And I think that soldiers more so than many other people, whereas many of us are doing so kind of indirectly. I think that when you become a soldier, you're doing so much more directly, right? Like, you know, Mitsubishi makes a car, but that car, yeah, the profits and everything, it drives a society which produces power for a war machine. But when you like fuel up a vehicle in a depot and that vehicle is going to go kill people, you really do have to start asking yourself much more serious questions about, even if you are not out there with a gun, even if you are not out there harming people, what you are contributing to the perpetuation of a machine of imperialism, right? Like, you know, think about drones, for example. The person who maintains and repairs the drone has nothing to do with the process of hurting anybody. In fact, that's a highly technical position. So it's probably somebody who only does that kind of technical work. They've never gone out with a gun and killed anybody. And yet, they are the ones who just repaired a drone that then got put in the air and then used to kill somebody. I'm not saying that like they are necessarily to blame for that murder, but there is some aspect, there is some amount of blame. We all know that. Everybody knows it. And I think people that are in the military often feel it and it destroys them. And the question is, when they have that realization, what do they decide to do with it? Do they decide, oh, I actually regret my part in this. I feel contrition for how I've been involved and I want out as soon as possible? Or do they take the position, oh, but that's just okay. That's fine. You know, like I'm okay to, you know, it's fine. I'll continue my career and I have no bad feelings. You know, even after the realization, I think that's much worse. And to the degree that they are bought in, that when they have their moments of trauma and realization, that they don't then pivot away, that they don't then experience process of radicalization over time. At some point, if there's never the break, that person is condemnable in a sense. They're way worse than a police officer. We're always talking about ACAB, and you're telling me that the world police don't get that analysis applied to them at all? That's not good power analysis. Obviously, yes, they are present in a system of oppression and domination. And it is a global domination that's extremely thorough and devastating to the human beings of the planet in so many different ways. It is impossible to overstate. It is the war machine. I mean, especially taking place in the United States military, we cannot pretend that is not like, it is not abhorrent to support the U.S. military. The U.S. military is a force of vast, almost incomparable destruction across the planet. And pretty much everybody who doesn't live here knows that. And so, yeah, like it's nuanced, right? But what I've said before is that I have met radicalized veterans. I've met many radicalized veterans. In fact, I've met veterans that were like still basically like conservative, but going through a process of radicalization and confusion and destabilization after having gotten out of the military. And I can see, I've met people that, you know, it just was an incomplete transformation and they're trying to figure out what it looks like to radicalize and what the right answers are. And some of these people have been incredibly receptive to revolutionary ideas. And in fact, if you are in radical spaces, if you're actually out there in the world doing the work, trying to organize people, you're going to quickly encounter the veterans that are in these spaces that are super committed, that are incredibly ideologically well-read, that are taking this deadly serious. And they're often surrounded by a bunch of us that aren't taking it as deadly serious. And the reason they're taking it so damn serious is because they have seen it take place. When they were the person turning the wrench on the drone, they had a moment where they realized what the turning the wrench on the drone meant, what that did, what that led to. And that moment, that's an incredibly real and visceral moment. Incredibly real and visceral moment of realization. That's incredibly hard for most people to understand the depth of the recognition of what you are a part of and what you're enabling, and your horror with it. The incredible revulsion that you might experience having witnessed either see it happen or having done it or having been part in it in any number of ways, of degrees of separation. And that's why a lot of very, very important historical radicals have been veterans they were soldiers at one point in one way or another. And so I hope you see what I'm saying, that it's nuanced and that we have to take it on a condition by condition basis. We have to, I think the main thing that I would point out here, the scale that we're really concerned about, is the person's contrition and recognition of what they're part of or have been part of in the past. Some contrition about their part in it to some degree, at least to recognize what the horror of the thing is, and a process of radicalization. We're expecting them to undergo at least some kind of insight, self-insight or insight about the world in some sense. And that as a person kind of moves down that spectrum towards that behavior, towards that latter behavior of radicalization and recognition, I think those are the people that we all recognize are more trustworthy, are more likely to be good allies, are more likely to be very heavily catalyzed radicals, and so on. And the former group are the people that you should be afraid of if civil insurrection ever happens, because they'll be the ones on the other side of the barricades shooting down protesters. So, yeah, it's not a simple topic. People keep trying to make it simple, and it's not. It's complicated. It always has been throughout the history of all revolutionary activity that has ever taken place. Veterans have been part of that revolutionary activity. So, yeah, it's just understanding that people get mixed up in systems, that everybody is not necessarily complicit with everything that's taking place when they choose to become involved in any given system, and that people can undergo a process of recognition, of self-realization, in which they move more and more towards a process of trying to help others and to be less part of a system just such as that. Just saying, that's my position. Yeah, I mean, I just want to say that I know that people in this chat are veterans. I know that for a fact. And so it's like, think about when you say that, y'all, think about the people that are among you, the veterans that have already gotten out and recognized their place and have radicalized, and the ones that are in the process of radicalizing, who are just like listening and thinking about this all and trying to understand it, you know? So when people are like really hardline against veterans, or even kind of apologia for veterans, both of those are kind of negative to some degree. We need something nuanced in there where we recognize we're trying to pull veterans out. We're trying to radicalize veterans out of the armed forces. That should be our approach. And that has historically been the most successful approach, just so we're clear. That's the most successful approach. You try to radicalize people out of the military as much as possible, and you try to radicalize people not to join the military as much as possible. You try to starve the military out, essentially. Try to starve out the state military. That's the goal for revolutionaries, not to condemn every human being that is involved in the military. That's not effective. That is like if anybody's watched my video, a culture of defeat, personal purity politics. That's what it is. That's personal purity. You're trying to judge rather than get things done. You're trying to make everybody line up with a lockstep of sort of ideological and practical perfection. And that's not effective. That also sees people as being eternally one thing and not ever developing into anything else. Because people develop over time. People change. People think things differently. They do things differently. If you are skeptical of everyone who's ever changed, you will have no allies. Period. KX, just in response to that, I'll just say, no, I did not get these opinions from anyone else. These are my opinions, having observed these facts. Knowledge and Defense, you said, thoughts on Bordiga and Gramsci. How would you rank the different authoritarian tendencies from most to least likely allies? You know, the thing is Bordiga, I don't know anything serious at all about. I know some like details that just really don't add up to a full picture. So I couldn't really make any comments. I will say that I understand he's grouped in with left comms, and left comms in my experience are more libertarian socialist by and large. But then again, maybe I'm associating Pannekoek too much with the rest of them. Don't know. I don't have like a super strong theoretical knowledge here, but I have read Pannekoek. So if he is a representation of being a left comm and Bordiga is also a left comm, then I have to assume Bordiga is more libertarian socialist, but I've heard a bunch of things that seem to suggest otherwise. He says he supports democratic centralism. He thinks that there should have been more centralization of power, but then I've heard other things that seem to conflict with that. So I really can't make any comment on Bordiga. Gramsci specifically, I do like numerous of his concepts, and I know enough about him to kind of have opinions and to have found commonalities and so on. His idea of cultural hegemony is very interesting, and I think it ended up being very influential as well. I think that it ended up was sort of integrated by osmosis into everybody's political analysis. I think Gramsci had a lot of strong insights as well, like just reading his thoughts on a variety of topics. So Maoism is a weird one because Maoism is one of those many authoritarian tendencies where if you look at what's written and you look at what's done, there's just such an enormous gulf that it becomes hard to categorize whether Maoists themselves are going to be allies or enemies. But I will say, okay, so let's just read the things here. Maoists, Trots, Dengists, Bordigists. Dengists are the least likely to be allies. Dengists are dangerous and I would say bordering on fascist. And that's because they are so intensely pro-state capitalism that they essentially accidentally stumble on the Nazi formula. High degrees of nationalism, heavy integration of corporation and state. That is to say, to join the private industry with absolute unitary state power. That's a big part of a fascist economy. Then the subordination of the private industry to the state to some significant degree. That's a big part of fascism, but it can kind of go both ways a little bit. For example, Pinochet. That is a big component of it. Then you've got the strong and abiding nationalism, extreme nationalism, and you have a structure of racial purity. Absolutely. There's Han supremacy in China. And to support the dude who essentially put them on that road, you don't listen. If you read Maoist literature from the time of their revolution, they call one of their possible roads the capitalist road. But they're all trying to say we stay away from the capitalist road, and they would basically condemn people who are quote unquote capitalist roaders. So they call them, weird name, but that's what it's called. And the capitalist roaders are condemned. The capitalist roaders are the bad guys. Deng was them going, hey, it's me, reaction. Let's make this capitalism, not state capitalism, just capitalism instead. And then that led to the decline of China into a system which now is much more like actual fascism. State capitalism has a tendency to have many features that are like just like fascism. But Deng has got to be the absolute worst in that list, and his followers tend to be the worst as well. Bordigas, once again, no comment. Maoists, extremely mixed. There are Maoists who call themselves that, but all they are Marxists who like some things that Mao said. There are Maoists who call themselves that and are basically like autonomists, the communizers, for example. And you have Maoist contingencies within history that were bottom-up forces of dual power construction, of revolutionary council building, which also seems very horizontal in nature. But then, guess what? The Maoist government is the one that destroyed those examples in China. When those would arise, the Maoist, quote-unquote, government destroyed the movements of more horizontal Maoists or autonomous Maoists within history. So there's no blanket statement to be made in that sense. Will say, met a lot of Maoists that I'm just like, damn, if you could just like not be so insulting for 5 minutes, we'd be pretty much on the same page if you just kind of listen to what I'm saying. I've met some just like that. Trots, I don't know. It's weird because I've met Trotskyists who are more libertarian socialist, and yet there's always something about their methods which seems so duplicitous that they always want to co-opt everything. They always want to control everything. They always want a perfect line that they try to get everybody to fall in line with. I do like permanent revolution, so I can respect that the Trotskyists are a continual process of struggle and re-revolution within the Marxist contingency. I think that's valuable, and it also leads to why that you had a Trotskyist contingent in the Spanish Civil War, aka the POUM, which was allies to the Spanish anarchists. Now, have heard some people tell me that they think that it wasn't fair to call the POUM Trotskyists, and that was just what the Stalinists were calling them. But that's what I had thought I understood beforehand. I think that's what Orwell might have been saying in Homage Catalonia. So actually I would say of that list, I think maybe Maoists, probably the most able to be trusted under certain circumstances. But I wouldn't take that as a very broad statement. I'd still be pretty careful in practice. Beatrix says Dengists are not communists or leftists as far as I'm concerned. I would actually tend to agree. I think that Dengism, especially what it's become in modern China, is a right-wing ideology. That's the way I look at it. And when you get to right-wing hyper-authoritarianism, that's called fascism. That's what it is. That's fascism. Nina Keck says, yeah, the POUM was not Trotskyist. They were more libertarian or orthodox Marxists. Okay, you're the third person to tell me that. So I'm just going to assume that that must be the case I think I heard that first from Orwell, but because Orwell like literally embedded with the POUM. So. Arthur Sage says, are you saying Mao, who had an anarchist education and traded praxis for the right-wing communist way, which is basically Bolshevism? Mao had a complex life where Mao, in practice, actually changed his ideas over time by quite a bit and remained pretty late into age. To the degree where he alienated himself from his own internal structure. That's kind of hard to do when you're in his position. So Mao's an interesting guy. I don't condemn him as openly as, say, Lenin or Stalin, but I do think that ultimately he drove the ship in the wrong direction. He kept saying radical things and driving the ship in the wrong direction anyway. Probably felt compelled by necessity, but did a lot of terrible things anyway. So yeah, I think that, yeah, he had a complex life and he wrote criticisms from inside the government during the time that he was in the government. He was writing critiques in line with rebellions at times. So, for example, there was I remember the name of the essay, so I'll find it. Whither China. What's the name of them? Who wrote this? Sheng Wu Lian, which I think is a Chinese students collective. And it is a biting criticism of where China had moved by the time that they were, fully implementing state capitalism. This was remarkable when I was doing my research for part 3 of The State is Counter-Revolutionary. I found this piece remarkable because this was such a clear-headed critique, a structural analysis and critique that just, absolutely nailed what was going wrong in China at the time it was being written. Like, cause I'd kind of come to the same conclusions as them, just having looked at all of the facts of the matter and read through a bunch of sources. But this is literally a students collective during the process of China going through the development of state capitalism and so on. And yeah, it's quite exceptional and very, very worth reading if you're interested in the revolutionary process in China. Not going to read it on stream. It's way too long for that. So somebody else earlier I was talking about Muslim anarchism and, the person I was thinking of was Omar Aziz, but numerous people have now mentioned to me this person, Muhammad Abdu, and they apparently wrote in a piece, called Islam and Anarchism, Relationships and Resonances. I'll link that in the chat. I haven't read it, but numerous people have, pointed it out to me. Let's see. It's not on the anarchist library. There's one called Islam and Anarchy. It's not the same thing. Different one. Huh. Okay. It's a book. I don't have access to the book. I guess I could try to find it, but numerous people have mentioned Muhammad Abdu. Let me see if I spelled that right. No, it's 1 M. Oh no. Click the wrong thing. Muhammad. Boom. Okay. Numerous people have mentioned that. If people want to go dig it up somehow, go ahead. Beatrix says, should I join a trot organization if I live in a country where they are the only lefts that let you join them without being part of a super tight-knit social circle 400 kilometers away? Listen, I feel you, but also you're probably not going to like what you find in most occasions. I don't know what they're actually like, but I just got to tell you, I mean, be prepared for a disappointment on that one. If you join, it could turn out a lot of really bad ways insofar as that they might just be really insufferable and not very permissive and very judgmental and controlling. But it could go the other way, as has been mentioned. Arthur Sage says, are you saying Maoists are social fascists? No. I am saying there's a lot of different kinds of Maoists. Some Maoists are so like outside of the authoritarian strain that they basically sound like anarchists. A lot of Maoists are kind of alternatively call themselves black autonomists. Some, like I've met Maoists who are black autonomists, or rather I should say, I've met numerous black people who are Maoists who alternatively call themselves black autonomists. And there are many anarchists who call themselves, or many black anarchists that call themselves black autonomists. Just to kind of tell you about the overlap we're talking about, right? Like it's at the edges, not all Maoism is like that. And certainly I wouldn't advocate you join a Maoist organization, but the individuals themselves may be, just from the name Maoist, you couldn't judge that necessarily whether they're going to be sympathetic with your ideas or not. They actually might. You might be surprised. Sometimes they are going to be sympathetic to your ideas, but a lot of the time also not. And there are Maoist cults. In fact, there's been one here in town. I don't think it's together anymore, but there was also one in Austin somebody was telling me about called Red Guards. And I'd heard about them before they even told me about it. So it's like there's Maoist cults out there as well. So I just don't want you all to take any of this too lightly. Don't go joining Trotskyist orgs or Maoist orgs by and large. In fact, I would say I can't think of any examples where they're actually a good org to join. Don't join them. Even in those occasions, you can cooperate with individuals without being part of the organization. Knowledge and Defense says you can either be talking to Bookchin or Hitler, depending on which kind of Maoist or trot. Absolutely. It's bizarre. Sometimes you're like, oh shit, hell yeah. I'm glad we agree. And then sometimes it's like, oh, you're terrifying. You're terrifying. No, absolutely not. You are the reaction. You are the recuperation of the movement. You are everything that is wrong with the history of our revolutions. Yeah, it can be either. JB431 says, in my country, Poland, anarchist federation grew more authoritarian and centralized to the point only one group in one city has a non-rotational office. How does one fight back against this? I would need to know too many details to answer that question. I need to know so many details. I need to know what the actual structure was, what you mean by non-rotational offices, because that could just be delegation, unless you mean in the organization itself, in which case that could be representation depending on how it's structured. It could also just be delegation. Because if it is delegation, then it's much easier to deal with. And if it is representation, it might require changing charters. All of this is so conditional, to the degree I can't really take any of that secondhand unless you can give me much more specific details. I think Sam's kind of summarizing nonetheless, and that is you have kind of two options and they're both difficult. One is trying to create dissenting coalition inside of the organization and retaking control by changing the bylaws. That's kind of what I was suggesting with the changing the charter thing. And then the other one is leaving and creating a new different org. And yes, I would agree. In fact, it's almost like the first one is going to be easier insofar as making any change. But also I just have to know the specifics as to what it is that's actually taking place. Because if it's just delegation, then that's not necessarily bad, right? if all that's happening is just that like there have to be people coordinating at the federation level and people delegate people to do those coordinative tasks, well, that's just normal, right? But if they're making decisions for all the other organizations, then that's not good. That's a form of representative administration, which is hierarchical. But yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot of little details you might be able to tell from my response. Not an easy question to ask until I know all those details. Arthur Sage says, black anarchists use black autonomists interchangeably because of how Mao had some anarchist tendencies, and also they don't want to block themselves in with strategy and in what they call themselves. I think that's all part of it. Yeah, it's all part of it. But there are black autonomists that have nothing to do with Mao, right? There are black autonomists that are just black anarchists, but also call themselves black autonomists. Matthias Baker says, does Cooperation Tulsa have any fun events planned for Halloween? No, not at the moment. We haven't been doing any celebrations of holidays or anything. We've been mostly just keeping our nose to the grindstone, you might say. But we have thought about celebrating holidays and having events for celebrating holidays before. We have done a May Day celebration before. We'd probably be open to celebrating some holidays, but no, nothing out at the property for Halloween or any of that. Melly says, what is your opinion on libertarian Marxism? Pretty sweet. A lot of the time, I'm just down with it. They almost sound like Bakunin or something half the time. More than half the time. Like, I love Red Plateaus, for example. Red Plateaus kind of stopped making stuff for a while, so they might have kind of fallen out of circulation, but people need to know about Red Plateaus because this channel has so many good videos. It's probably the best place to get educated about Marx that you'll find. Number 2 being Zoe Baker, but it is phenomenal. It's so good. I'm going to link it in chat. And then I need all of you to go follow Red Plateaus. Go follow Red Plateaus because they are one of the channels. Hey, this is actually, there we go. This is how I sell it. Red Plateaus is one of 2 channels that inspired me to make this channel. When I made this channel, there was only 2 channels that were doing any kind of theory-heavy anarchist analysis. And only one of them was anarchist. That was Zoe Baker, at that time called Anarcho-Pack, and Red Plateaus. And Red Plateaus wasn't even anarchist, but they're libertarian Marxist. And they're so libertarian Marxist, like I said, they basically sound like Bakunin or Bakunin-like social anarchism. And it's good. It's fantastic. Red Plateaus, the thing is that Red Plateaus' work is so significant that you can just go back and watch all of it and it's still important. It's still all important. You can still get a lot out of it. It remains educative material regardless of its age. None of it has to do with current events. It's all theory. Go browse their whole damn channel and watch every video they've got because it's all phenomenal. And yeah, I approve. Sorry, doing something real quick. Okay, let's see here. Red Plateaus, they rock. Yeah, Maximilian says Libertarian Socialist Rants is around too, but he wasn't really around when I was starting. It was more like he hadn't been doing stuff often for a while, kind of at the point that I started. He like his videos were still in circulation, but. Just Do Mutiny says, while he's not theory heavy, do you know about the other Daniel, Daniel Schmachtenberger? That name sounds really familiar, but you'll have to remind me. Cup Thought says, why do you think China's economy is beating capitalist expectations of collapse up until now? What can we expect of their economy using CASP? I won't pretend that I am an expert enough of capital's power as a theoretical framework in order to give you specific predictions as per what it actually says will happen. I do think that CASP can make the prediction, those predictions you're looking for, but I am not... I don't know enough about the methodology and how to use it to make such predictions. That's what I'll say. But I'd be interested now to see if they've Capital is Power, Bickler and Nitzen have commented on it. Found a mention of China. But nothing in depth, really. I haven't found anything specific on it. Okay, Just Do Mutiny. He specializes in civilization risk analysis. I think I've heard Zachary Marlowe talk about Daniel Schmachtenberger before, but I don't really know much about him. Rationalism says, it's really annoying. I've tried my best to convince people to switch to anarcho-communism, veganism, atheism, and globalism, but people refuse to listen. Well, I just got to say that could be due to a bunch of things, but it's probably got to be due to your approach, because people's minds absolutely can be changed, but it's got to be approached correctly. You know, you got to meet people where they're at. I don't know how you're approaching these conversations, but just remember that nobody's mind is actually changed by you know, citation of pertinent information and good arguments. You have to find what the actual persuasive points are for that person. You know, different people are going to have different points of persuasion, and it's not always going to be about just laying out the case for the argument. Sometimes it's really got to be about understanding what they're saying and then understanding the implication about if they're saying that, what is it that means they actually believe in a broader sense. Right? Like, what does that mean about their other beliefs in the world? And where might they have heard that the first time? And thinking about all those contexts and understanding how then to address that context within a response you might need to give to them. That is a big part of it. Depending on where they got the information is going to determine how you're going to engage with that information. That all has to be learned and understood. Also, you need to understand that nobody's going to change their mind on the spot. That doesn't happen. People don't change their minds on the spot. People change their minds afterwards. So you also need to understand that it's often going to be an iterative process of returning to that topic over and over again with a person, you know, and just it coming up in conversation and a variety of occasions, just kind of being, you know, subtle little nudges, pushing people into the right direction. That's it's what it looks like to actually convince people. Have you seen It Had to Be Said's videos? Let me go look. Maybe I can remember just by seeing like thumbnails and stuff. Oh yeah, I've seen that he's a small channel, but I've been seeing that he's been uploading. I've seen some of his videos get recommended to me before. I think I saw him when he really very first started making stuff. Maybe. Let me see, where are we at? 2 years ago, is that right? Let me just watch this real quick. Yeah, this is the guy. I've seen some of his videos get recommended to me. His channel's still small, but the algorithm's getting him out there a little bit. Yeah, no, it was interesting. I liked his analysis. He has a tone where you expect him not to be as radical as he is, but then everything he says is very radical. Maximilian says, what's the anarchist take on the labor theory of value? I would say for the majority of anarchism's history, anarchists just took for granted that it was correct. I mean, that's the simple truth of it. Most anarchists agreed with Marx's economic analysis. They didn't agree with his political analysis. That's the long and short of it. Like Bakunin, read Bakunin's The Capitalist System. And if you know about Marx, he's just laying out Marx's economic analysis. And yeah, I mean, most anarchists just took for granted that you know, the labor theory of value was the correct theory of value, that labor exploitation was rooted to that. I would still say to this day, this is very much the introduction to economic issues by anarchists. Even individualist anarchists, I think usually I've heard them bringing up this sort of labor theory of value as the basis of their beliefs. So I think that it's very popular among anarchists and always has been, but that there are anarchists who have begun to interrogate it, who have begun to think about it more critically and ask themselves if it has limits or if it's actually even the right place to start. Understanding, you know, I think power analysis is a really good way to understand capitalism. And power analysis sort of transcends just value production. Right? Value production obviously matters. I'm not saying otherwise, but value production comes from a lot of different things. And labor theory of value often just gets all mixed up with an economically reductionist sort of argument. And so a lot of anarchists have been asking themselves, well, I mean, you know, Marx talks about the production of value in this sort of sheerly economic sense, which is very good in understanding the industrial context especially. But it seems as if just thinking about value production in a broader social sense kind of leaves us a little bit short of the dynamics at hand. And instead, it seems like what we should be understanding is power differentials and domination versus cooperation. I very much take that approach myself. I think the labor theory of value is probably, I would say, correct, but not exhaustive. I think it's very helpful to understand the labor theory of value, and probably will give you a good basis for thinking about how the economy works. But I think that power is more complex than just what is laid out in Marx's economic theory. I do think that capital as power makes a lot of very persuasive arguments that it's better to understand power in a general sense. And they mean the ability to compel the economy, essentially, the ability to command, and to be specific, the ability to command obedience. And I think that their analysis ends up being extremely rigorous, and that is extremely in line with the anarchist analysis to begin with, and therefore is extremely welcome as an analytical tool, should be extremely welcome as an analytical tool by anarchists. So I think anarchists should understand these arguments a little bit better. They should probably come to understand the capital as power framework at its basis, at least, and then understand what its suggestions are about how the system actually works. And I think one of the things that's good about capital as power is it seems like capital as power allows us to understand the transformation of the capitalist economy a little bit better than I think Marx does. And this is not an insult to Marx, because once again, I'd just like to note that I, like many anarchists, have pretty fond opinions of Marx's economic analysis, but that I I think that I already had the intuition that it wasn't the whole story, and that capital is power, I think, is, especially if you already understand Marx and you understand the labor theory of value, I think capital is power serves as an extremely valuable expansion of the basic analysis that conflict is underlying all of these processes. The process is the movement of power, the movement of people, and the compulsion of their lives in certain directions is rooted, of course, to some kind of foundational prospect of conflict between different agents within society, right? So these different agents in society have conflicting needs, conflicting desires. They have to act these out through one means or another. And the leftist economic analysis pretty well takes for granted that, this is kind of agglomerating into classes that have common relationships to the flows of power. And the leftist perspective is broadly a critical analysis of how power functions in a conflict orientation. I'm sorry, I don't know how many people that made sense to. I'm just saying the things today instead of trying to make them easy to understand. I'm just saying the things. I don't know if that was even understandable. It takes for granted there's conflict between the people in society, and that conflict arises from the fact that the way that people's lives are shifts around and that labor is employed and that power is distributed determines that some people benefit and some people do not, which creates frictions between people within society, and therefore you get class distinctions and frictions between people with differing amounts of power. This is called the conflict theory in sociology. And so the leftism is highly predicated in the conflict theory, especially revolutionary ideology. And what was I going to say? Capital's power seems to me to just be an extension of the economic analysis into conflict theory. It's a more expansive economic analysis within the realm of conflict theory. There we go. I did it. That was a sentence. I'd write that sentence in an essay. Sup Jen says, have you ever thought of turning these live streams into a sort of call-in live stream where you can talk to viewers one-on-one over the phone to have more in-depth discussions? Yeah, actually I have thought about it, but I've also seen how a lot of channels go that do that, and it's not always good for the channel, to be honest. Sometimes it turns the channels into debate bro streams, because then they just end up getting into arguments with the people that they invite into their Discord server, which they then talk with. And if you do the call-in forum, then people who are antagonistic are going to tend to want to engage with the call-in structure. And the thing is I actually love to argue, but I also don't want this channel to be about arguing, if that makes sense. So I feel like I would have to avoid that. But then here's the other thing that can happen. You turn it into a call-in structure, and then you just get your friends on the line, and then you and your friends just ramble, and it's not necessarily entertaining. And just because the person wants to talk doesn't mean that they're actually going to be interesting to listen to talk. No offense intended to anybody, but that's just kind of the truth. So then you have this compulsion to want to manicure it a little bit better and set up the interviews, but I don't really want to do interviews. I'm not into interviews. It's not my thing. And if you invite somebody on this live stream, I think a lot of the time it turns into an interview structure going one direction or the other. And I don't know, these are all just the concerns I have about doing that kind of thing. It's not to say that I'm cut off from doing it, but that is my concerns with pushing the channel in that direction. Have a handful of selected topics and a limited time per call. That's a solution. It's pretty good. Yeah, limited time per call. That's a good one. I like that. Little Makwa says, hey, Anarch, have you ever read any North American indigenous philosophers? I personally find Viola Cordova's critique of Western philosophy and Christianity particularly powerful and revolutionary. I can't say that I've read any specific North American indigenous philosophers that I can think of. None come to mind besides braiding sweet grass. If that counts, I would consider her a North American indigenous philosopher. but I have not heard of Viola Cordova. So let me see if I can turn up the piece you're talking about. I'm seeing And Yet She Persisted, a book called How It Is, The North American Philosophy of V.F. Cordova. Okay, that's a secondary source. Okay, so she's an important enough person that people are doing secondary sources on her. Gotcha. Oh, and her book's being recommended alongside Braiding Sweetgrass. Okay, I guess I guessed in the right direction. Cool. So if it's similar to the philosophy found in Braiding Sweetgrass, that sounds like anarcho-communism to me. Like Braiding Sweetgrass sounds very anarcho-communist. It's like always, it's all about like gift economies and the distribution of labor, but also the holistic integration of humanity with nature and the alienation of us from our common environment. And yeah, it's really interesting. Love it. Sam says, honestly, Anarch would need more of a team for a live stream if he's going to take live calls. They should be minimally screened before allowed on live. Otherwise, it's open up to being brigaded. That's what I would say. Yeah. Yep. That's probably exactly right. And I think that my enemies would be totally down to do it too. Everybody I can think of that doesn't, every group of people that doesn't like me seems like they'd be willing to do that as well. So. Little Makwa says, How It Is her life's work. She passed away before she could complete it. Beautiful book. There it is. Well, thank you very much. I might buy a copy. We'll see. I don't know if I'll get the physical copy or I'll get a PDF. How long have I been on stream? 3.5 hours. Ooh, things are getting spookier because now the sun's going down. It's getting dark in here. Oh, wait, I got an idea. Oh, see, that worked. See, there we go. It got spooky, didn't it? Oh, it's spooky. See in the back now, then the mirror looks spooky. Oh, see, I'm glad I got some ooh spooky. Thank you. Jesus. What's a guy got to do to get some ooh spookies around here? You have occupied me my entire shift thus far. Thanks. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'd wear something spooky if I had something spooky. I don't have anything spooky. I don't even have masks or anything. Damn. Nah. Haven't done any. I haven't dressed up in years now. I'm becoming an old man. Becoming an old man, everyone. There we go. Yeah, got half of my face in the darkness there. Not even a cloak. I don't even have a cloak. I know. All right. Here we go. It's funny because what it shows me is showing on live right now can't be what is showing on live. Otherwise, that your chats wouldn't line up. So I have no idea how this works. Okay, a person entered. I'm letting you in. Boom. you're in. By the way, if you would like to join the Anarch Discord, which is an awesome Discord, you should become a patron on my Patreon, which is patreon.com/anarch. And you can donate any amount to get access to that Anarch Discord server. If you subscribe to my Patreon, all you have to do is enter your your Discord information. Wow, that's what I get for being distracted. All you have to do is enter your Discord information into the settings somewhere. There's like a Discord integration. You just need to go enter your username and password or something, I think. And then it will auto invite you to the Discord. So yeah, that's a great way to support me. I am trying to spend time getting the video essay done, so I have been producing less regular videos on the channel, but I do intend to keep up my monthly schedule. There have just been the things that have gotten in the way the last couple weeks. I plan to do one about Eris McBay's Culture of Resistance next Anarch Abridged, so that should be next Friday. Next Friday. Culture of Resistance. That's coming up next. The A Modern Anarchism Part 4 video essay. I'm currently in the visual production part. I am past the voiceover. Now I'm just creating visuals that will, you know, bring people's attention to certain concepts and making little animations and all kinds of stuff like that. I am not super far into that. Don't want to make you think that I'm almost done or anything, but I am making significant progress over time. So when you become a patron, you help me be able to focus on the video essays a little bit. And I have been doing that lately. I've been using the fact that my Patreon is doing better in order to focus on the video essays. But yeah. That's the update. That's the update. I can't see anything right now. I'm completely blind. There we go. Much better. Wow. Phenomenal. Oh, there we go. That's unsettling. Yeah. Let's see if I can get that as a thumbnail. That's good. That's good. There we go. I'll probably try to make that into a thumbnail. We'll see. Yeah, I look ghostly. Very unsettling. That's the best middle ground, I guess. It looks the least unsettling. This is my normal lighting. This is this blue light. Ooh, terrible, isn't it? This is white light, I think. This is yellow light. There we go. I guess white light is the... More red? Yeah, there we go. This makes it look more like the... more like everything's red. See, I could just also sit here in the darkness. This looks less scary and more incompetent. It's like, are you all right? Are you just like sad? Are you sad sitting in the darkness there, Daniel? Is everything okay? There we go. That's a nice low light there, isn't it? Phenomenal. Anna Krista says, is there any sci-fi author that explores a possible space expansionist society that's horizontal? Hierarchical realism really kicks in with this subject. You know, I haven't read Octavia Butler or Ursula K. Le Guin, but my impression is they've got to have at least 1 or 2 books where that's addressed. I'm going to let everybody else give some recommendations, because I assume more people have read Ursula K. Le Guin and Octavia Spencer, right? Octavia Butler. There we go. There is an Octavia Spencer, but I don't know who it is. Butler. Octavia Butler, American science fiction author. I'm sure she's done something that is in that style. Blue light looks like that zombie show, Riveroon says. I don't know which one you mean, but that sounds true. Oh, another one. Some people have told me The Expanse has some anarchist elements to it. There we go. Okay, so there's The Expanse, which is a book series, but also it's been made into a show. People keep telling me it has anarchist elements to it. Then there is the tabletop mythos, which is called Eclipse Phase. Eclipse Phase has some anarchist elements to it, and there's definitely like spacefaring and all that. Somebody said One Piece, but it has anarchist themes, but it's not space expansionist. No, it's all on the high C from my understanding. Anarcho-monarchism. Okay, that's real J.R.R. Tolkien moments right there. Conrad says Star Trek, but pretend it's explicitly anarchist. I gotta get the live stream thumbnail to be the dead staring at the camera with the lighting all bad. Let's see if I can get it figured out. Wonder if I can do it right now. I wish I could do it before the stream ended, but looks like it's keeping up with okay. I'm going to stop messing with all that. Ferdinand the Dope says, also Ian Banks' series The Culture has some anarchist elements. I've heard that too. Yep, heard that. Give me a sec. I'm going to make myself a drink. All right, I have returned. Yeah, there we go. Getting spookier by the moment as the sun goes down. Luckily, I have no engagements after this, so I can stick around for a little while. Oh no, Cup Thought says, "Welp, Israel is striking Iran now in the capital of Tehran." Give me just a second. Israel, Tehran. Yep. Oh, this is really bad. Yeah, this was really bad. Excuse me. I'm just making sure that I'm looking at the right date and everything. Nope, this is days ago. What is this? 21 minutes ago. Times of Israel. Not going to read that. Is that the only place it can be found? If anybody's got a good, really up-to-date source on this, link it. All right. Unfortunately, the only source I'm seeing here is from the Times of Israel. That is not probably very reliable. Okay. Well, this is the only source I can find, but I am doubtful that the story itself, that the fact itself is probably true. AP and Al Jazeera aren't saying anything yet. I will say that okay, NYT is also saying the same thing as Times of Israel. Okay. Let's see, NYT. Oh, from an hour ago. Let's see. Oh. Yeah, okay. Let's check Twitter. Well, oh yeah, yep. Finding more confirmation here on Twitter. Here is footage from Tehran after. Okay, give me a sec. All right. So here you go. Here's more confirmation on Twitter. Footage from Tehran after Israeli retaliation strikes. This is bad. Iran is not just another, oh, right, wait, give me just a second. I just realized I can do this, and then I can make this small. Oh, I can do a new, oh, wait, I just realized something. Oh, yeah. No, I'm about to get so fancy. Not really, but. Wait. That's not what I wanted. Oh, that's weird. It doesn't let me do that. Okay, it's pretty weird, but let's just mess with this then. So yeah, I guess this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to do this. Here I am in the corner doing commentary, as we can see. Yeah, I mean, this is incredibly bad. Iran is not a minor country. They cannot just be like pushed around. You know, they have a significant military presence. They are mixed up in global geopolitics. Like, just think about the fact that the name of their country is a recurring factor in American politics. And what happens to their country is considered very important to our politicians. Just think about the fact that it's important enough they're mentioning it domestically to their own citizens. This isn't just something they're like, you know, we don't talk domestically about Lebanon in the United States. No, this is not to demean by any means what Israel's doing in Lebanon, but like Iran is like the stuff that presidents are running on, our stance towards Iran. This is a major world power. This is a major world power. Israel is essentially playing as if there can be no repercussions for anything it can do. But Iran absolutely can exact repercussions. Like, Iran is an enemy to the United States. It is certainly not going to be shy of retaliating against Israel and making Israel hurt for any conflict that plays out between them. Israel does not have a larger productive base than Iran. Israel is just counting on the United States to come to its rescue. It's going to go around starting fights with everybody on the block, and then it's going to hope that the United States comes in and protects it from any sort of repercussions. And we're going to find out to what degree that is actually true. Israel is determined to find out the degree to which that is actually true. Because we've already seen that, like, if you do that in Europe, right, you get a protracted land war, like Russia and Ukraine. And yeah, this is going to be probably really, really bad. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, that's distressing. Beatrix, you said, oh, sorry, it's in Ramallah, but I mean, I was just seeing Tehran on that source there. Newsweek, 6 hours ago, Israel will strike Iran's nuclear power operation, former IDF general predicts. That is an extraordinarily enormous war crime. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I mean, Israel just thinks that it's allowed to commit any war crime it likes, anytime it likes. So also, not to be self-centered, but as somebody mentions here, our gas prices are probably about to go up. Just Do Mutiny says, I think the Saudis have been talking with Iran lately, so expect higher gas prices soon. I mean, damn. Oh, you were talking about shutting down an Al Jazeera office in Ramallah. I see. Okay. Yeah, it's terrifying. Yeah, it's cocky because of unwavering U.S. support. That's absolutely the case. Israel knows that the United States is not going to call its bluff because the United States is using it as a proxy in the region. That's the deal. That's what's really happening behind the scenes. Do you want to know why this is all completely deadlocked and why the United States is not holding Israel accountable? It's not because of any like complex conspiracy theory. It's geopolitics. Israel is America's source of control, direct control in the Middle East. Everywhere else, they have a contentious relationship with the place. Either they had to do it through force and, you know, like Iraq, for example, or they're just doing it through kind of loose geopolitical allyship. But Israel is almost like an arm of the United States government. And so Israel, because here's the truth, the United States could simply go to Netanyahu and be like, hey, either you stop doing war crimes or we stop giving you weapons. We'll stop tomorrow. We won't give you any support. All your support will dry up tomorrow. Like that could happen. The United States could do that. And the president could make an enormous problem for Israel and everything it wants to do right now. And he could do it right in the middle of it, starting all these conflicts. Right now, if the United States leaders wanted to call up Netanyahu, be like, hey, Netanyahu, we see you're starting a lot of problems. You need to like dial it back. Otherwise, you're not going to be getting any support anymore. Remember that you're a vassal state. They could do that, but they're not going to, because the truth is they don't have enough of a moral objection to what Israel is doing because they're rabid Zionists. Most of our leadership are rabid Zionists. And because it is too useful for them to maintain that strong foothold in the Middle East and to continue destabilizing a bunch of surrounding enemies and to make sure that that foothold is complete. You want to know the truth? The U.S. government wants the genocide of the Palestinians. They don't like the optics, but the Palestinians are causing a problem for Israel, and Israel is the vassal state of the United States in that region. So you want to know the dark truth? The dark truth is that everybody in leadership knows that it is in the best interests of the United States government if the Palestinian people are successfully genocided or kicked out of the nation in one sense or another. They don't care about the Palestinians. They don't care about the war crimes. They don't care about the genocide. They wish that it were just quieter. They wish it were quieter. And they're probably a little upset at Israel for not being quieter and being so showy and being so brazen. You want to know behind the scenes what the fucking American leaders probably care about? They're probably pissed at the Israeli government for being so openly and brazenly brutal when they should have just been chill and normal. But they're going around saying really crazy fascist things. And now the American government's like, Jesus Christ, man. I mean, could you just like maybe toned it down a little so that we didn't have to deal with all of this? Now you realize it's affecting our elections and stuff. But as far as the actual things that Israel is doing, the American government is fine with them doing all these things, and they're going to back them as they go around picking fights with everybody in the Middle East. The question is, are they eventually going to pick a fight with a bully that's big enough that it's going to be an actual problem for Israel, and we're going to find a suitable geopolitical ally, or a suitable geopolitical enemy to the United States that's going to provide a roadblock on Israeli ungarnished aggression in the Middle East. And I got to say, I think Iran is the first person that they've picked a fight with, or the first nation they've picked a fight with, where Israel better play it cool. They better play it cool, because unless America wants to do boots on the ground, this is not going to be a fun conflict for Israel anymore. This is going to be, if Iran decides that they want to retaliate strongly on Israel, Israel by itself, without the backing of foreign governments, is not capable of winning that war. So what does that mean? That sounds to me like they're trying to force the hand of these foreign governments to get behind them while they go pick a fight with a bigger bully. Because they know that these foreign governments don't want to let them fight that fight on their own, a fight that they would lose. So that means that now they have to, this is now more impetus, this is more leverage for these foreign governments, such as the United States, to provide them more arms and armament and economic support so that they can go around destabilizing U.S. enemy states more prolifically. That's what we're seeing happening. That's what's happening. That's the meta geopolitics of everything we're witnessing. Jordan says this might affect the election in favor of Trump, who's perceived as tougher, probably. That's possible. However, historically, the United States does not shift presidents in the middle of active conflicts. So if it is perceived that we are in more active conflict, or we are involved in more active conflict before the election, that will favor the Democrats historically. That's obviously nothing's for sure, but that's what general trends would indicate. As dark as that is. River Rune says U.S. soldiers could actively engage in fighting between Israel and Iran on occupied Palestinian soil. That is what events like this open the door to, yes. Because at a certain point, you cannot feed enough guns and armament into Israel to make it. You can't give people enough tanks and guns if they have vastly smaller numbers to win a war. Like, that's just not how this works. Like, not an actual all-out war. If Iran and Israel fought, it's not going to just be a competition of hardware. It's going to be a numbers competition as well. Let's see here. Israel army size. Iran army size. Yeah, listen. Israel's army has 169,000 active personnel. Iran's army has 610,000 active duty and 350,000 in reserve. They have almost 1 million people that they could call into action in the Iranian military. The Israeli military has a huge reserve personnel, but if you were to add up their active and their reserve, we're still only looking at like 600,000. So that means that Israel has 60% of the size of the army of Iran. And Israel only has the armament because of the United States. Iran is a full-size, fully productive nation. This is not a fuck-around fight that Israel is picking right now. This is wild, y'all. This is wild. Yeah, that's such bad news. That's such bad news. Holy shit. My God, it just keeps getting worse and worse, doesn't it? Well, who knows what the future brings? Let's say that, because wow. Yeah, everything is very uncertain. The future of what's happening there in the Middle East. Wow, this is a clear escalation. You know, this is not just another like this is not a story on the same scale as the aggression we saw with Lebanon. Even when Lebanon happened, that was a noted escalation for sure. But this is even bigger. Like, wow. Anyway, and the election ain't gonna make no difference on that. They're both gonna do the same thing. They'll both back Israel till the end of the day. The only way that the U.S. will ever call Israel to task is if Israel makes it sufficiently inconvenient for the United States to continue supporting them. Which is to say, Israel barks up too big a tree. It picks too big a fight. And the United States is like, listen, I'm just going to let you deal with that. I'm going to let you deal with that. LGBT Mapper said, is that a crack 5? No, it is not. Jesus Christ. No, it's a cannabis pipe. Good medicine, yes. This is good medicine, not bad medicine. Indeed. Yeah, that's bad, y'all. That's real bad. I can't even believe that. Israel thinks they got it figured out, though. They think, and they're right. They're right about this specific aspect. They know that this isn't going to make it less likely that these governments are going to support them. This is going to make them more likely that foreign governments are going to support them. That's the fucked up thing about this. Because here's the thing. The foreign governments now realize that if they lose this foothold, this geopolitical foothold. And so when Israel engages in greater and greater peril, it actually increases the United States and foreign governments' active support for Israel's actions, because now they're becoming more and more invested, or they have to invest more in order to maintain the position of superiority of Israel in the region, which means they have to invest more. And then that means that more sunk cost fallacy. And the more peril they get involved in, the more everybody has to pull in behind them in support. That's fucked up. It's smart. They realize what's going on. Russia probably is hyped about the United States now having to fund wars on two fronts. That's fucked up. It's very dark. Let's see here. Communist Capybara says, even with higher reserves, isn't Israel probably more equipped for conflict since they have actually went to war multiple times in terms of totally trying to eradicate Palestinians recently, while Iran hasn't had a war in a hot minute? That's actually a really good point now that you bring it up. I'll think on that. That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, I heard some stuff recently about when you go through and you really just like analyze the history of active conflicts, that generally the army that has the most experience of engaging in active conflict is the one that's most likely to win. I think that's borne out in Vietnam as well, because in fact, the people of Vietnam had experienced numerous attempts at imperialism by the time the United States tried its hand. So the majority of the Vietnamese populace was actually very experienced in war. And you might even say they were more experienced in war than the American military, which was a conscript military or a draft military. And therefore, their people were not engaged in the history of imperialist war. I mean, they were, but not in the sense that the Vietnamese were, which is that they had kicked out foreign army after foreign army after foreign army. And they said, we don't give a shit how many tanks and helicopters and how much Agent Orange you got, because we know how to do war and you're just a bloated monster. And they won. So, good point. We'll see. So, yeah, I mean, y'all, I'm distressed though. That's pretty distressing. It's because you're not asking a question, rationalism. You're making a statement. I'm not going to address you making statements. If you have a question, go ahead, but. Yeah, the thing is that U.S. imperialism, of course, the strength of the U.S. military is not infinite. And, we're facing a time where the U.S. military is being pulled in many ways, and the U.S. state is now funding many fronts. It's not the first time that the United States has fought many fronts. But it should be said that the United States military does appear to be being taxed by these defending their foreign colonies. And it should be said that historically, that's how empires fall. I think that's where I've settled. My own internal hypothesis about why do empires fall, because they get too sprawled out. They have too much to defend. They have too much to defend. They can't get from one side to the other fast enough to deal with all their problems. So that means they have to split themselves in numerous directions, and then they have to normalize splitting themselves in numerous directions, which means compartmentalization, and then things start getting separated, and then their power is harder and harder to exert, and rebellion begins to grow, and eventually they can't hold together everything that they once held as property. And so slowly all of the pieces of it begin to slip away. The United States is engaged in a long process of defending its imperial conquests. I mean, it's probably going to fall the same way as any other empire does, trying to maintain its extremities, while these extremities become increasingly costly for them to maintain, to the degree that it's actually a grievous harm to them that they have to continue maintaining their imperial exploits, in which case they begin to withdraw and protect and engage in protectionism of various kinds. And it's generally bad for them, and it leads to the retraction of the power of the empire, but it is also a natural process of what happens when you get too big and you begin to fracture into pieces. So the problem is that all sounds great, and I think a lot of us have an intuition for that fact, but I think we overestimate how fast it happens. You hear that and you're like, whoa, that sounds eventful. It's like, yeah, it is eventful, but it also takes place over the course of decades. It's not like it happens like one year there is the imperial conquest of the world, and the next year imperialism is gone because the empire fell. It's like, No, that process can take place in slow motion. Slow motion. Rationalism, I answered your question. You need to become more persuasive. You need to think more about other people's minds when you're convincing people. What do they think? Why do they think that? What is it that they currently believe, and what's the reason they have those beliefs? Probably have all kinds of thoughts about why you justify your beliefs. And if so, that's great, but you need to know why other people have come to their conclusions so that you can understand what justifies their internal perception. Their internal perception is what's going to determine what they continue to believe. You need to think about their mind. Think about the mind of the person you're communicating with. Think about where they're at and think deeply about their perception of the world first. Then you will start to understand how to convince them. That's the answer to your question. Beatrix says, I guess the United States destiny is done manifesting. We'll see. Like I said, it can take decades and it can take centuries. I don't think that we should take for granted that there is a natural arc towards justice and that the bad guys are always going to be punished. The bad guys will only be punished if the people, those who are being wronged, rise up and do something about it. And history shows that hundreds of years can go on, hundreds, with people doing nothing. And what makes the difference is when they choose to act. What makes the difference is when the people have been pushed too far. Then everything will begin to change very quickly. But that is reliant upon everybody that can act and knows they should act doing so, following through with the intention to change conditions. So, yeah, don't take for granted that the bad guy is going to get punished and the bully is going to get knocked over. Become the person who can knock over the bully. Ubik says, Anarch, do you think the more advanced the empire, the more fast it will fall? Excuse me. Quite possibly not. In fact, I would say almost more likely not. Because if you think about it, what consolidation power is all about is maintaining a consistent grip and over the reins of control, right? Well, being very advanced might then allow you to maintain control very successfully, if only you manage your resources properly and therefore enact your control properly. But conditions might dictate that they get pulled in many directions. I think that we all recognize, looking back through medieval history, that there were empires that lasted for centuries. And in that sense, the United States is not that old as an empire. If we're saying that it's very advanced, not by historic standards, but yes, it has now been an empire for a while. I think most of us would say since World War II, but that's not that long. Aren't we just now? I mean, we're not even 100 years out from World War II. Yeah. We're like 80 years out, right? Got my numbers wrong? Not good at history. 40s, right? Anyway. Conrad says, is it worth trying to de-radicalize white supremacists? My dad was a skinhead when he was young, moved away from it through my childhood, and when he was young, moved away from it through my childhood and is slowly falling back into racism and white supremacy. That's very disappointing. I'm sure that feels very hurtful. But there's a reason why he moved away from it at some point. You should try to remind him of why he moved in that direction. And then you should try to develop arguments that remind him that he was right the first time. Remind him what brought him there. I assume you'll find the same reasons. Or I should say, I assume you'll find the same reasons will be persuasive for him now if argued properly. If you frame it as him reclaiming his humanity, his ethical stance, his ethical position, I think that don't go too hard on it too fast. Otherwise you'll just get into shaming. Don't do that. That doesn't work. But instead affirmatively reclaiming that, no, he's a good person and so that's why he should be listening to what you're saying. And he should be thinking about these problems. For example, the needs of other human beings, right? The needs of all human beings and the fundamental potential of every human being. And that is often, the truth is that you have to somehow be very firmly wholesome, I guess you might say. You have to argue for what is good. That requires you truly caring about what is good. Yeah. Just Do Mutiny says YouTube videos are titled about the Karaj, I don't know, nuclear plant on fire. Well, they followed through precisely on what they said they were going to do earlier this day, didn't they? That is like a historic level war crime. Rationalism says, should I try to make them think the exact same way, have the exact same thought process as I do? You don't have control over that. You need to separate what you do have control over from what you don't have control over. What you have control over is how you present your arguments. What you have control over is how you form the structure of how you converse with another human being. What you have control over is framing things in a way that helps people understand, meets people at where they're at currently. That might lead to them having similar thought processes as you. If you can argue your point properly, then that might, as a result, change their thought processes. But you do not have direct control over how anyone changes any of their thought processes other than to become more persuasive. Conrad says, appreciate it. Oddly enough, he agrees with a lot of my politics / interpretation of anarchism, but as soon as things turn to identity, it crumbles. The truth is that if you want to resolve that with him, you're going to have to hunker down for a conversation where he says a lot of things that will be upsetting and hurtful. Because the reasons why people generally come to those conclusions are because of uninspected, racist, sexist, transphobic biases. And that means that if you're going to actually give him space to explain what he's going to say a bunch of things that are probably going to piss you off worse and worse the more he explains them. But the thing is that what is an easy thing to do is react with anger when you hear them. Understandably, I get it. But the more you react with explosive anger, the more that they're going to take that as confirmation that they were actually right and you can't handle it. That's what they're going to think. They're not going to be like, oh, they got really angry, so now maybe I was wrong. I don't know. They got so angry. Like, they're going to be like, oh, yeah, you got angry because you realized you couldn't give me a counter argument, huh? That's the way their brain's going to internalize that interaction. So you got to be prepared for them to say all kinds of fucked up shit, and then be able to calmly produce the arguments that make them look stupid, that undermine their perspective, that make them not the ultimate arbiters of what is true. They're not the ones that are saying the hard, but, they're not the ones that are saying something that is true, but difficult to accept, because that's the way they look at it. You have to convey to them that they're actually just wrong. That's the dead truth of it. Is that they think they're telling something that is true but hard to accept, but they need to be made to understand that no, they're just wrong. It's not true. It's hard to accept because they're wrong. Just in the fact that you're angry that somebody is saying something that is so wrong and harmful confidently, and it's difficult listening to someone be wrong loudly. So you're going to calmly explain to them the many ways in which they are wrong, and they might get angry, but then now we've turned the tables. Now they think that getting angry means that you just can't accept the hard truth. And now they have to experience the process of getting angry because they cannot answer the actual responses to the error of their white supremacy, of their racism, of their misogyny, of their transphobia, whatever it is. And then you just let it rest. You let that rest. You come back to it another time maybe, but you've done the most you can. They had the explosion. That's it. Whole thing's over. Move on. But if you have a good enough connection, maybe you get the chance to talk to him again. And you can return to the topic lightly. Return to the topic lightly, not with condemnation, not trying to start an argument, more like reflecting on your thoughts from the previous thing. Chill. You'll find that people might have moved forward in that period of time in some way or another. Or, at minimum, they've got new questions for you. They were thinking about what you said, but now they got this idea. And maybe some of that stuff, honestly, is ridiculous. Some of that is ridiculous. But it gives you an opportunity to then further clarify, further give qualifications, give more knowledge, give more structure, help them understand how it all actually works. And you'll find that every one of those conversations that follows, if you're doing that right, and it's hard to do so, but it takes practice. You keep coming back to the topic and you keep making the specifications and making the corrections and addressing the arguments every time they come back up. And if they keep coming back up, you find better arguments. That's how you do this. I mean, it's hard because in the interim, you're thinking back to what they're saying and it's actually making you angry. It's upsetting to hear them be bigoted. It's upsetting to hear them believe in the slavishness of humans and so on. It is very exhausting. But they are telling you their internal reasoning as to why they think those things. It is an opportunity for you to understand how the enemy thinks, insofar as that people that are deeply white supremacist and, you're getting to hear what they say to themselves to make them continue believing it. So if you actually want to convince them, the truth is you probably need to study the arguments a lot. The better you study the arguments, the better you're probably going to understand where their arguments come from and why they think that. Excuse me. Sorry. In a lot of... Little Makwa says, do you see any meaningful differences between pragmatism and consequentialism? Well, I think there's a bunch of qualifiers to start with. Pragmatism, I, of course, have to clarify what kind of pragmatism you mean here. Do you mean pragmatism in the colloquial sense, which is to say somebody is pragmatic, or, you know, somebody does something, we say, oh, that's just the pragmatic approach. In that sense, there are differences. If what you're talking about is pragmatism in the sheerly philosophical sense, because in fact there's like a school of ontology which is called pragmatism, and it is kind of different. It is not like the colloquial sense of the word pragmatism. It is the pragmatism is that the philosophy itself is pragmatic. It's not that it is advocating pragmatism necessarily as a principle. So I guess I should clarify, but that's the nerdiest clarification I could have started with. It's just that I want to be thorough. I assume you mean colloquially. I assume you mean like what's colloquially pragmatism. And I would say the difference is between, I suppose, I don't want to misstate it, but it's kind of like the difference between consequentialism and utilitarianism, I guess, if I'm trying to kind of put a very fine point on it. It's not that the ends justify the means, because the effects of the means would be, of course, included in the consequences, right? So if I exploit somebody in order to make them do a thing that needs to get done, the exploitation of that person is also included in our list of consequences. That person's exploitation is a consequence. And then we have to, once again, adjust and understand what the consequences are of the action, taking into account that exploitation, the degradation of human beings, the incapacity for them now to carry out horizontal relations in society, to now have been violated, have their trust violated, and all of these things, if we were to go and list them, those are included in our consequences. It's just that the system we live within does not include those within our list of consequences. And so that part is externalized. The system cares nothing about all of those intermediary forms of domination and bureaucracy and overbearing control of decision making. So I just want to clarify in that sense, the colloquial sense of pragmatism is often an ends justify the means conception. It doesn't have an ethical consideration, but also it doesn't have a consideration of the consequences of exploitation itself. Whereas consequentialism is literally just an analysis of our consequences, which in fact includes all of the damaging acts that we did in the means, that the means are included in our ends. This then leads us to the anarchist conception of means ends unity. If we take means ends unity and consequentialism, I think we kind of get just the ethics of anarchism in a general sense, right? Or rather, I think the sort of ethics that a lot of people consider the ethics of anarchism. You know, that your means inform your ends, that they're connected with them, that you have to include the entire train of activity in the process, in the analysis of whether the process went right or not. Whether you actually got your ends determined is also determined by the means that got you there. There's so many ways to say it, but that is essentially the concept in anarchism of means ends unity. So yeah. Claudia Borges says, how do you think the attention economy affects propagandism? How do you think things change from how propaganda was used in the 19th and early 20th century? Damn, that's like a whole doctorate's worth of question right there. Not a doctorate I have, but, or at least what does it mean for propaganda making in the attention economy compared to before? Used to mean a lot more in my point of view. I'll have to think on that for a second. I think that it has changed the way that propaganda is perpetuated, and obviously. But I do think that a lot of propaganda remains fundamentally the same, insofar as that how the power structure crafts its narratives actually stays astonishingly similar, I think, in structure, not in content, but structure, in the way that they do it. Repetition of simplified ideas, thought-terminating cliches, the shifting of attention, that stuff I think has always been fundamentally a process of hierarchical propaganda making, and it goes very far back to nation states, early nation states and stuff. I think that mostly what's changed is the mechanisms. I do think that the way that we make our propaganda is obviously different in some sense, but I think the way that we get it to people is very different. We try to get it to them through the illusion of normalcy, or the creation of a condition of normalcy through a bunch of smaller examples, rather than the creation of some well-contained piece of propaganda, such as an essay or a saying or a pact taken between people and so on. This is, instead, what we see now is kind of like its perpetuation as, oh, well, I heard it 15 times in the last 2 weeks, you know, kind of like, instead of having heard it twice and it being very poignant, now it just becoming like a normalized opinion. Like, I think we see this a lot, and for example, in the manosphere, right? I think the manosphere expanded more because it proliferated the discussion with its ideas so thoroughly that it seemed to have created the illusion that there was more support for these ideas than actually were, or rather maybe even it created more support for these ideas by the illusion of support to begin with, by the illusion of supremacy, by the projection of domination without any actual process of domination, simply through raw proliferation, or even just suggestion that there is raw proliferation of the ideas. I think that is different. I think that part is definitely notably different from what was done before, because that was a lot harder of a thing to control in the previous forms of society. I think that as these tools for the dissemination of information have become more widely assembled, I think that allows many different actors to play a purpose within the landscape of propaganda, and for many different people to use the old tools. Because as I said, I think a lot of it is just the usage of the same old tools, but they're using the old tools, and now lots of people get to use the old tools. You know, you've got fucking, you've got all these huge manosphere people. You know, you got like Andrew Tate, for example. And I think that he is just using all of the same old tools, but he's using them for his sort of might makes right, fascistic, dominating sort of way of looking at the world, where everything is a great chess match that you're trying to play in order to gain domination over everyone else, and that everybody is in a hierarchically oriented relation to one another. And it's all about beating everybody through domination and through the projection of your own self-image. And this, I think, can be very successful in convincing of people of it. But now what we see is that as he's fallen off, and as a bunch of these manosphere guys have fallen off, I'm slowly seeing the reproliferation of the opposing viewpoint, where people are like, don't we all kind of think that's bullshit? And then a bunch of people are like, yeah, actually, now that I've been thinking about it, that kind of seems like it's bullshit. And like, I've been noticing that happening more these days. So I do think the problem is that they don't actually have, this is where the next part, I suppose, in my analysis, they don't necessarily have institutions of support. So unlike when a state goes through the process of propaganda, it establishes support for its rule, but then it actually has long-standing institutions of rule. And that catalyzes power, like stores it up, you might say. Whereas Andrew Tate, all he has to do is just kind of fall apart. And yeah, he's got a lot of money. He could kind of establish some institutions of support. But we all know that Andrew Tate's never going to get to the level where he can establish an institution of support that is on the level of a government or something. So he's using the tools that governments have been using for millennia, but he's using them for his own self-interest within a shared economy of attention. I think that's a good summary of my analysis of that question. Claudia follows up by saying, the only thing I would point out, I think you mean insofar as what's different from the old toolkit, is reach. And I definitely think that's a big part of it. It's how many people, you're right. It's not only about how many people can participate, because everybody might say that they're participating, but they have no reach. It's that everybody is participating, but everybody actually has reach now as well. And I think you're right about that. I think that's probably correct. Little Makwa says, who's more annoying, accelerationists or centrists? It's funny because, you know, my inclination is to say centrists. But the compared, when I compare, there's videos I've done where I critique the different positions, and I've critiqued centrism and I've critiqued accelerationists. And between the two of them, their reaction to being critiqued, the accelerationists were far more insufferable, just incomparably more insufferable. It was, they couldn't accept any critique. Every critique, they just say that you just don't understand anything. That's how it always worked. You don't understand anything. But then they couldn't explain how what you were saying was wrong. They just, every critique is wrong somehow. It's ontologically wrong if it's a critique of them. That being said, their ideology, their principles, the recognition of the world, they're way more on the nose. They're more correct than centrists. Accelerationists are more correct than centrists. Centrists are like so delusional. Centrists are like the dupes of the system. I mean, it's hard to imagine being a bigger dupe in a system like this one than being a centrist. Like, I was watching videos because, you know, I still follow all the sock dims, and even though I don't try to participate too much in electoral politics or thinking about it very much, I still watch the analysis sometimes for times like the one we're in right now. And, oh, yeah, they were talking about the uncommitted voters at the town hall, and they were all just insulting the uncommitted voters. And I gotta agree. That's pretty true. I mean, like, if you're gonna vote and it's like really important to you, and you got opinions on civic politics and electoral politics, and this far into the race, you're uncommitted, holy shit. Something's wrong with you. I can't even how like, it's all out. Okay. You know, maybe there's some details left, but I mean, what the fuck do you stand for? I don't get it. You know, like, if you're talking about like you're withdrawing your vote, you're not voting for anybody, that's different. It's another matter. Being an uncommitted voter where you're like, I'm going to vote, but I don't know who for. It's like, who the fuck are you? What do you mean you don't know who for? Like, by this far into the race, you still haven't figured it out? What are your metrics for making a decision at this point? Ridiculous. Lots of good comments in the chat, but I'm just trying to figure out which one to respond to. Ooh, how long have I been streaming? Excuse me. Oh, wow. Almost 5 hours. I've been really going for a long time. Sorry, the connection's screwing up right now. Rationalism asks, Anarch, are you vegan? No, I've just stopped answering the question because so many people have asked me so many times that I'm just getting tired of answering it at this point. And the answer is no, mostly because I just don't think I would call myself vegan insofar as the ethics go if people weren't so obsessed with the meat boycott. I think that their understanding of the politics, the praxis of the boycott is misguided. Their overemphasis on it is a mistake. And that does not necessarily, that is not a necessary component to the dismantling of human supremacy, you might say. And the exploitation of animals in factory farms and as sources for consumption. If that's what you want to do, look at what the ALF is doing, which is like the most likely thing I could say to get this whole stream taken off probably. But no, really, the ALF is what actual praxis looks like. That's animal liberationist praxis as far as I'm concerned. I have a great deal of respect for them. Great deal of respect for the ALF. Damn, so many people are calling right now. Sam M. Wow, $50. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Sam. Sam says, while the world burns, my friend, let us build the new world in the shell of the old. Solidarity forever. Indeed. Thank you so much. I'm giving that one a heart. I don't think that does anything, like when I press a heart on it, but I'm going to do the heart. I think the heart makes that better. Anna Christa says, do you think the expansion of BRICS will have a large impact on international politics? It might. It could. That being said, not a socialist impact. It's not going to be an impact that brings about the end of capitalism or something. That's not going to be the result. In fact, it won't really weaken capitalism. It'll just create more international blocks, large geopolitical blocks. But you'll just have you'll have competing blocks. That's all it's really going to boil down to. It's not going to get rid of capitalism. Capitalism won't be defeated by capitalist empires competing against each other. That's incredibly, that's what some people believe, and it's very, very silly logic. Anna Christa says, I don't think there would be so many vegan products available if it were not for the boycott part, but veganism is much more than just the boycott. Yeah, I actually agree with both of those parts. You're right about that. In fact, that's what I was saying one time to somebody when we were having this discussion. I was like, if you're really looking at the material impacts of the meat boycott It has not been the reduction of factory farming that's continued onwards, but it has absolutely created a huge proliferation of vegan and vegetarian products of all kinds, entire restaurants based around vegan and vegetarian products. None of that would have happened if not for the meat boycott. That part is 100% true. But I do think that when we take seriously what's being said there, that's a fundamentally capitalist outcome. Not to diminish it, I'm glad that vegans and vegetarians can eat more easily, but it hasn't led to animal liberation. It's led to a more comfortable diet for people that are committed to veganism and vegetarianism, which once again, I'm glad about that. I want that for people that are vegan and vegetarian, but it's always presented as the ultimate tent pole of a vegan praxis. And I just have to disagree. That seems like the equivalent of thinking that anti-capitalist praxis would be boycotting big corporations. Like, oh yeah, we want to beat capitalism. We just need to boycott the capitalists. And it's like, that is not going to work. It's a system. It's an embedded system, and you're not going to be able to boycott it, to be honest. It just perpetuates itself through its economic history. Like what brought it here perpetuates it into the future. Like people are just brought up within the system and forced to participate in the system by its very structure. And I think that human supremacy, animal oppression, is simply a result of the systemic structure that we've got. We have a structure that's built around exploitation, and it's the exploitation of every lower being. And that's how a hierarchical power structure is oriented. And so animal oppression is a natural byproduct of the hierarchical power structures that we are embedded within. And unless we work there's two things that can be done. One is ease the suffering of animals that are currently present. That's why I say the ALF is actually doing real praxis. And thing number two, we have to build the alternative infrastructure of a world without that exploitation present in it. And that's the part I don't see almost anybody doing. Some amount of people, I would say, are doing it, but very few people appear to be doing it. And that is to say, where's the dual power aspect of veganism? Where's veganism building dual power for a vegan, prefiguring the relations of veganism into the things that are being done? I think it is being done to some degree, but I want to see more emphasis on that. That's what I'm saying. If people would let me call myself vegan without the meat boycott, I would already be calling myself vegan. But people already have said that you can, I don't know. People have told me almost universally that if you eat meat, you're not vegan. So that makes sense. I'm not vegan. But if you want to ask me what my ethics are, honestly, I've said this since I was young. Every vegan I've ever spoken with, when we're talking about the ethics of exploitation and domination that are taking place, and the occurrence of animal suffering, I actually agree with them 100%. I think it's abhorrent that animals live lives of exploitation and domination and degradation and these low lives of torture, right? No being deserves what is being done to the animals in our conditions. But if we want to improve the conditions for animals, that requires us prefiguring the system wherein they have those conditions, either in everything we do or in the transformation of the system at hand. But I don't believe the system at hand has the capability to become a non-exploitative system and to stop exploiting animals. I don't think that it can do that. That's why that nowhere on earth has it stopped doing that. I don't think that it's capable personally. What do you think of people who are vegan but not anti-capitalist? I suppose I could say the same things to them as I could say to any other liberal. That's just that, you know, you're not going to get changes. It's a reformism versus revolutionary conceptions. That's what it all boils down to, right? Everything I just said right there, that's essentially the critique of this sort of liberal but not anti-capitalist, where, you know, there's this conception that your participation in the market and your consumption habits are what really, that's praxis, your consumption habits. And it's like, okay, I think we need to be going far beyond consumption habits here. That seems to reify us as consumers in the economy and our act of consumption as being the most important part. And that's the capitalist way of thinking. That's the consumption is not the important part of the analysis here. It's actually the structure of society and how it's built and what its conditions and its imperatives and its structural thrust is. Why does it do what it does? And then when we begin asking ourselves, why does the structure do what it does? We realize that there are so much bigger questions at play than what I eat for dinner or whatever. And this is interesting because I wouldn't even say I'm like a super prolific meat eater either. I just think that this is not an effective solution to the problem. It's not going to turn into, it's not praxis, I guess. That's what I'm saying. It's not praxis. It's a fundamentally capitalist way of thinking about the problem of animal liberation. And the thing is that I don't express that opinion often because I really don't like how venomous that vegans are about this topic a lot of the time. I'm not saying any of you have done so in the chat. Actually, looking here, y'all been super chill. I actually appreciate you just hearing me talk about it without like attacking me, because I've been attacked by people in chat numerous times. But yeah. Lauren Miller, my cat is being exploited. I pick him up and hug him. He's being exploited for hugs. Maybe he could form a union, but actually I think he likes being held. Yeah. Okay. See, I'm super down with that. Loving it. What if we ate more insects though? I'm not like against it upon principle, but I think having been raised not eating insects, I have like somewhat of an inclination against it. I will say I'm already eating like shrimp and, lobster. So I can't really say I'm not eating bugs to begin with. I'm just eating sea bugs. I like sea bugs quite a bit, to be honest. Sea bugs are very meaty, aren't they? Maymar says, what's your view on solipsism? You know, it's interesting. The reason why I just took this from the moment I saw it, nobody ever talks about but when I was young and I was going into philosophy, I immediately got interested in the concept of solipsism because a friend of mine just offhand said he was a solipsist. I was like, and I had to clarify because I thought I already, I was like, you really believe that you're the only one that exists? He's like, yeah, it's all just me manifesting everything. And I was like, wait, but you're actually serious? And he's like, yeah, I think so. I think that's what's happening. And it's like, okay. I don't remember getting to an argument with him or something. I was just like, what? All right, bro, moving on. I was like a teenager or something. And I remember afterwards though, I was thinking I was like, what do you even say to that? And so I just kind of started researching. I think that was like when I was young. So like a lot of the philosophy that I researched when I was young and the thoughts I had when I was young, kind of ones that stick in my mind. And solipsism is one of those. It's funny because for anybody that's not making the claim, solipsism is instantaneously, hilariously easy to disprove. Because if the other person is saying they're the only thing in existence and they're dreaming everything up, well, you're witness to the disproof because you exist not as their dream, and in fact continue to exist when they are not asleep or awake or aware or anything in between. And so you have like immediate witness to the fact that if anything else but you claims that solipsism is true, you know they're wrong. And that's kind of the funny part about it. But it's a little bit harder about confirming that to yourself that solipsism is not wrong, because you only witness your internal process of self, this one being, right? And you have no personal experience of being anyone else. Unfortunate fact of being one thing is that you're not everything. Yeah, but that is what made solipsism interesting for me to analyze. And I kind of realized that this is related to Descartes' evil God concept, or a brain in a jar concept, right? This idea that you can only confirm that you exist, but you can't even really confirm the content of what your experience of existence is and what the truth or falsity of it is at its very base. Because of course there could be some extremely unusual mitigating circumstance that makes it completely otherwise than you appear. So to refresh, for people that didn't take a intro to philosophy class, the idea of the brain in the jar is that you can't really know for sure that you are not a brain in a jar that is having an illusion of existence being projected onto it, right? Descartes had a different version. He said, if there were some evil God that was deceiving you, he could make an illusion of an existence that's not even real. And this is essentially just something you have to take for granted is not the case, right? But the problem is that there's an infinite number of made up versions of this. Okay. There's an infinite number of made up, like I could make up an infinite number of them. It's actually that there's a clan of goblins, you see. There's goblins in this other world. And the goblins can like predict, they give people a hallucinogen, and then after they take the hallucinogen, then they hallucinate you. They hallucinate your whole existence. And it's like a thing that happens to the species of goblins. You know, I could make up versions of this all day long. I could make up an infinite number of variations of different stories where my existence is all a lie and I have an illusion of an existence, right? Any number of these could be correct. This is why that fundamentally my epistemology is a skeptical epistemology. It starts from my epistemological worldview is that to know how things work, you start from the assumption that everything is false. Every statement by default is false until proven correct. It must be given some iterative evidence of its existence in one form or another, preferably many forms and repetitively. But until there is given some iterative evidence of a thing's truth, the default assumption is that it's false. It has to prove itself true. It has to give a positive assertion of evidence for me to accord it more credence, as they say in philosophy, but belief in reality. It's me according it more belief. Not Hobbes. Oh my God, I can't believe I forget his name. Hume. Hume said a wise man accords his belief to evidence. And what he means is that you should believe to the degree that a thing is evident, that there is proof for it. And to that degree, you believe it. There's, you accord your belief to the available evidence. And so what I would say is solipsism, I don't believe solipsism because it has no evidence of its truth. There's no unique evidence of the truth of solipsism as compared to any other story, like a brain in a vat that is a scientist is doing an experiment on, or a clan of goblins that takes hallucinogens, or fairies. Fairies do all of it. You know, like you could literally just make these all up as you please, but we don't have to take any of them seriously until there's some positive evidence to suggest that that thing specifically, and not any other thing, that thing specifically is true. And until that evidence is given, we don't have to accord any belief to it. So that, thinking about solipsism partially, not just thinking about solipsism, but thinking about solipsism was part of my journey towards a skeptical epistemology. And that's part of why I don't worry about solipsism. Claudia Borgia says, reject illusion, return to goblin mode. Precisely. These are good goblins, though. They're different. Just Do Mutiny nails it. Scientific skepticism. That's what it is. Literally, that's the name of what I just expressed. Scientific skepticism. It's the name of an epistemology. Hypnosis says, what if the universal has only one consciousness that we all share? That's another philosophical question that I dealt with when I was around that same age. And Alan Watts, I think, is the one who popularized this question, and he popularized it in light of Hinduism. As I understand, he basically is saying that there's the concept of Maya in Hinduism, which is associated with the illusion of God playing game with himself. So the idea that everything is actually all one being, and it's all a being that made a bunch of illusions that block it off from knowledge of itself, and it can't see itself at all of its junctures. And so it's playing a big game, basically. That's another one we cannot actually prove, but we also can't disprove. So I default to assuming that it is false until there's some evidence given. One thing I will say, the only impact it has for me, what I thought was interesting, is that it affects how I look at Descartes' cogito ergo sum. Okay. I think, therefore I am. I think he's right. He's onto something, that we can escape that abyss there by simply recognizing, oh, but there is a thing that thinks. I'm witnessing it right now. I'm witnessing the fact of it. And every being who will ever read this is going to witness the fact of it, that there is something that is thinking. So boom, I can verify a thing that is thinking. But Descartes jumps forward and says, I am that thing that is thinking. That, unfortunately, we cannot just assume that part. And that's where you might get an epistemological branch right there, if you assume that that everything is the thing that is thinking, I suppose, or that I am the thing that is thinking and I am everything, but I am one part of everything, that it's not all an illusion I've dreamt up, but instead that I'm just one little piece of a vast illusion carried out within one mind. And it, of course, remains a super interesting concept. And in a fantasy mythos that I've created, that is actually the truth. That is the truth of the fantasy mythos. And I think that's a really cool concept. But I don't believe that it is true because I accord my belief to evidence, and there's no evidence of it. So I will say, for example, you want to know what be really good evidence for me that it was true? If I took hallucinogens and then all at once I started to think the thoughts of people around me, I don't mean that kind of vague synergy thing. Everybody's always talking about, and then I interrogate it and it's not really, that's not what they're saying. They're just like, yeah, I kind of had like this deep empathy for them. I could kind of imagine what their inner monologue was like and where they were going with their ideas and so on. No, straight up. Like I start gaining your memories and stuff. We take hallucinogens, we're sitting around and I start gaining your memories and start like knowing your literal inner words to the sentence or word level. Then I'd be like, all right, that's, wow, that was weird. Why I don't have a good explanation for that other than, well, I would consider that evidence of Maya, of everything being the dream of a single being. I don't believe that though. I believe that the universe is essentially as science says it is, honestly, that the world is a physical construct. There are many forms of energy. Energy is permeated throughout the universe in many forms, radiation in various forms, solids and liquids and phases of matter and all of this, but it is all fundamentally just stuff, that it is stuff and fields, that it is not anything more than that it does not transcend the physical in any sense. That's my perspective. Klatari says, just as I was saying earlier, this is a dope setting for a fictional world. Yeah, that's exactly how I look at it. Yeah, precisely. So I was like, yeah, that's a cool fictional concept, but I don't think that's actually true. You said, Hypnosis says, that's the closest to modern physics I can see. The whole universe shares quantum fields, but quantum fields are not a conscious being. That's a very different concept. Like, everything is permeated with everything. There is absolutely a point of connection through those fields, but it's not even really a form of connection where there's any the exchange of energy or information. It's really important distinction to make. So, it doesn't seem to me that that's actually a good parallel to the concept of Maya. There's not a great mind that thinks everything, and that if everything were to realize the truth, the veil would be lifted between it and everything else. That, that wouldn't happen. There's no awakening of the great mind to take place because there is no great mind. There's no great mind of the universe. The universe simply functions upon its laws. It functions upon its particular conditions for action. And those are mechanically determined by the interaction of physical structures themselves, bearing the procession of physical law as those configurations of material structure dictate. If that makes sense. And so this has no parallel to a mind thinking anything. In fact, it seems to me that us thinking of the mind, thinking of there being this great mind that is thinking all things, is actually us being profoundly human-centric. It is us being profoundly selfish, self-centered, I should say. It is to believe that this thing we think is so valuable about us, which is that we have mind, that we are the universe knowing itself. We project this onto the universe, that we think that in order for the universe to be deserving, that it must have that quality, that it must know, it must have a mind, it must be an expression of self and consciousness. Wrong. It doesn't have any of that. It can it can be demonstrated it doesn't have any of that. It doesn't have mind, it doesn't have consciousness, it has no conception of rationality. It is just functioning upon a set of physical laws. But the point is it doesn't need some magic thing permeating it. It doesn't need a special spiritual or supernatural component to be given worth as a thing that needs to be preserved for the sort of great project of being, right? There's a sort of necessity to all systems as to reproduce the conditions of those systems. And it's not necessary that the world be given this special mythical, magical foundation. I don't remember who was, I think it was Douglas Adams that said, I don't need for there to be fairies in the garden to believe that the garden is beautiful. That's very much as somebody for me who went into the sciences, that's exactly how I feel about it. The universe is astounding in what it is. It is. If you understand it as what it is, as a physical thing, it is astonishing. It is like a spiritual experience insofar as that it's deeply humbling and it makes you think and turn inwards and become introspective and extrospective and so on. And it has no magical component, it has no supernatural component, nothing that arises beyond the realm of the physical or the material. When you realize just how complex the world is, you will be blown away. The moment your mind actually understands it as true rather than a piece of fact or data that you read on the internet. But the moment you grasp the complexity and scale of what the universe is, you don't need it to be anything other than it is. It's miraculous that it is at all, that it is to begin with. I don't need, and so like, for me, that was like what drove me towards this conception. This is what drove me towards the embrace of physicalism, the embrace of materialism, was to fall in love with what the universe shows itself to be, not what I want it to be, not having qualities that I impose upon it to make it more interesting than it is, or to give it some special qualities that to me make it worthy of consideration, worthy of interest, worthy of curiosity. It is worthy of interest, worthy of curiosity without those conditions. It doesn't need to have any consciousness. It doesn't need to have some spiritual, magical energy, the permeation and traveling of souls and spirits. I don't need any of that to think that it is wondrous and to be enchanted and deeply intrigued with what is. That is what actually, makes me feel passionate about the universe. And I think that's where I'm at with all of it, if that makes sense. Yeah. Lauren Miller says, that's why I say it's a description rather than a law. I didn't read the first part. Look deeply into any physical structure and you will either see some smaller physical structure or nothing at all. Well, I would not necessarily agree with that. What you realize is in the smallest structures, that what drives the procession of the function of those smallest structures is processes that are natural to the procession of the structures themselves, along with physical characteristics of those structures. So, for example, the procession and interaction of electromagnetic fields, the phenomena of spin, these sorts of or the presence of energy, the density or distribution of information, these things all come from simple, inevitable facts if logic and math are true. And we are in the kind of universe we appear to be in, which is to say, the universe with these particular characteristics. And it isn't just probability. It's not. There are certain things that are probabilistic in our physics, but this idea that the universe is, I think a lot of people, because they misunderstand quantum physics, they impose that misunderstanding onto the world. The main misunderstanding is that quantum physics, because quantum physics has an aspect of stochastic, statistical, probabilistic form, that means that the universe has that statistical, probabilistic form. That is false. When we're talking about the probability, we're talking about the probability of a particle system to take on a variety of different values before it has been measured or observed. So once any system has been measured or observed in any way, and that is to say it interacts with another system, it collapses into a discrete and distinct value, and it takes upon strict physical it begins to follow strict physical qualities which we are fully aware of and can predict. It only ever experiences any sort of probabilistic or statistical nature, and this is actually still possibly even just a limit of our understanding, when it is an unobserved or unentangled system. Entangled systems have collapsed probabilities. They function deterministically. Everything upon any scale outside of uncollapsed particle systems functions like a clockwork universe. Everything is like gears turning inside of one another. The only place where that probability or any probabilistic sort of statistical nature actually plays out is on the level of uncollapsed systems, and uncollapsed systems don't build any of the structures around us. We don't interact with uncollapsed systems. You have never once in your entire life interacted with a single uncollapsed particle system. That wouldn't be possible. You are interacting with it by your very nature, and so you would be collapsing all systems around you. So everything that matters in your entire life and the procession of the whole universe around you, the whole observable universe, is deterministic. Every piece of physical evidence ever uncovered by any scientist in the history of humankind has demonstrated just as such. There might be an aspect or scale of reality under very specific conditions, which has a much more probabilistic feature to it. We're talking about the wave function, but even that's really not clear. It's clear in some ways and unclear in others. It's a very, very likely to be historically contingent theory of how quantum mechanics is working. It's very, very precise. The standard model is very, very good, but our interpretation of the standard model is not very good. And our interpretation of the standard model gives people the impression that there are many chaotic systems, that the system is very chaotic, that quantum probability structures are permeating throughout the universe. They aren't. They dead end as soon as they interact with physical matter. Hypnosis donated $10, and he says, for another good stream. I appreciate it. I've just been rambling on. You got me started about physics. That was a bad idea. Ceylon also donated $25 during my rambling. Caught the tail end of that sermon. Preach, anarch, preach. Jesus Christ. I could go on and on and on. This was what I devoted my life to for like 10 years. I should say, I wasn't doing a good job meeting everybody where they were at. I was just rambling because this is this stuff is on my mind and I don't get a lot of places to vent these thoughts, right? So anytime anybody is like, Daniel, let's talk about a little bit about physics. I'm like, oh yeah, let's talk about physics. And I love the philosophy of science. This stuff just intrigued me for years. I bring all of this knowledge, all of this stuff, all of these views into my work. It's all part of the video essays that I produce on the channel and the commentary that I'm making. It's all beneath it. I don't talk about all these things explicitly because I don't know. I think they're only interesting in certain contexts. I don't think that people are here for me to have these specific conversations all the time. Just Do Mutiny says, I think pilot wave is the only interpretation that makes sense. Many worlds in Copenhagen seem illogical. Yeah, so when I began my degree, my tendency was towards pilot wave. The problem with pilot wave, because I think pilot wave makes the most sense to me, which is just to say like, yeah, we just don't understand the dynamics of the system. We got monkey brains. So there's dynamics that are taking place. There's a hidden variable. There's something we don't understand. It makes it look random, but that's just because we don't understand some other dynamic, right? And unfortunately, hidden variable theories have had some pretty serious challenges made towards them in the last few decades. And this is as somebody who really is pro hidden variable theory. To this day, I still think that it's likely that a hidden variable theory of some kind with some unusual confabulations is the correct one, the one that actually is accurate about how the universe works. But I have to concede, as someone who's gone a little bit into the field, that Bell's theorem, the violation of Bell's theorem is it's very hard to understand how that would happen in a pilot wave theory. Let's see here. Bell's theorem. Yeah. Here we go. Bell's theorem. I hate to here we go. Because the truth is that I would prefer that more people had the belief that you do. I wish more people thought that, there's an answer, because most people are just stuck with Copenhagen. Okay. But, if you haven't read about Bell's theorem, you should read about Bell's theorem. There are answers to it. I'll just tell you, but we get to that some other time. As I agree with you, though, I think Copenhagen is wrong. Absolutely. Personally, I'm kind of on some kind of weird mixture between hidden variable and many worlds at this point. I think it might be a little bit of a mixture of both. I think there might literally be infinite or almost near infinite alternate versions of everything, all playing out from the very beginning in some massive fucking like infinite lattice work, geometrically 5, 12, 15, 20 dimensional, who the fuck knows, where all of the probabilities are all playing out simultaneously like fucking Indra's pearls or something. Anyway. Hypnosis says, I like many worlds, but it seems like it violates conservation of energy only if you assume that it is producing a bunch of new ones the whole way through instead of having some ultimate bandwidth from the very beginning and playing out with that finite amount of energy. Or if there's conservation over the many universes that exist and certain universes go under sooner and waste their energy, or their energy goes from one universe to another as some of their universe experiences dynamics. If you have some field of all possible universes, there could be conservation across the field, possibly. It should be said that of course assumes that there might be some finite number of alternate universes, whereas our expectations from the mathematics suggest that there's an infinite number of possible universes. But I will say, maybe it's my intuition just to say that I don't necessarily believe there's infinite anything. So I think it's possible there's a many worlds wherein it's not literally infinite, where there's maybe some bottom level where it kind of bottoms out, some kind of Planck length, Planck time, etc., that kind of is a bare minimum condition for the production of new universes. And maybe that's capped out at some ludicrously high number we can't conceive, or is literally meaningless. Who gives a shit? Because it's so big, it might as well be infinity sort of number. Anyway, that's, yeah, or maybe there's no need of conservation outside of our universe. Maybe, who knows? Maybe conservation of energy is a local law. Little Makwa says, what do you define as physical as a physicalist? I'm curious because in the indigenous context, there's no dichotomy between matter and energy, spirit and body. And also we have a monistic metaphysical lens. Yes, that's my understanding. So it's like getting into the details of that. It's like there being no separation between the spirit and the body. The question I begin to ask is, then what is the spirit? Right? Because if the spirit can always be discretely described as a set of physical characteristics, that is to say bodily, organic, biological aspects, and all of those features degrade away, and that is instead your consciousness does not remain, and nothing about the physical system dynamic as it once was remains. It's all gone. It's all been demolished. The whole system, its dynamics and the way everything about how it interacted and everything that was about its emergence, it's all gone. It's all been completely dismantled. And now just component pieces containing nothing of the history of what came before them are instead now implemented into a bunch of other things. For me, there's no spirit there. But that is a lack of transcendence. That is that things degrade. That is that things change form but remain nothing of themselves beforehand. That there is, in fact, a constant process of that there isn't, that a spirit would be the thing that transcends. The spirit would be a thing that carries forth between them, that carries a history or has a mind, or, some manifestation of rationality in some sense or another. And to me, I just see no proof that anything like that exists. The physical components themselves are extremely well understood, and there's just no room within that for there to be any continuing consciousness, rationality to go with it. And for there to then therefore be some meta scale agglomeration of spirit or it seems to me it just feels to me as somebody who is a physicalist as a category error, I suppose. So what do I define as physical? I define things which can be essentially that are composed of well-defined and functioning normally occurring systems within the universe, which must abide by the basic physical dictates or the basic dynamic dictates of how everything must interact in the universe, something that does not transcend the law of basic physical matter, but instead is simply a manifestation of those physical laws. So when I hear about the usage of the word energy, I'm not thinking of anything that could contain a spiritual essence, that could contain anything above and beyond. Energy, if anything, is the form of stuff in the universe, just pure energy, you might say, like the plasmatic, which contains the least amount of signature. It is now the thing that has lost the most of itself. It has nothing that makes it what it is anymore. There's no history. All the history is gone. No conscious can dwell within it. It is the purest lack of consciousness. To me, it seems if I am to find the locus of spirit, if somebody were to tell me and give me a list for what a spirit is, I would find that spirit within the brain and the emergent system of the body, of the human body, that arises within well-organized, well-structured systems, and that as those systems break down, what we might call spirit is instead destroyed. Instead, if there is a spirit by this understanding that it's some kind of emergent or broader principle of the body, that the spirit dies with the body. What we call the spirit is a bodily phenomena, and the body, the spirit does not transcend. If anything, identity is destroyed, and spirit is not once again reclaimed until those matters are reconstituted into a mind, a consciousness, a rationality of some form. And then all at once, what we might identify as spirit in this conception, then it is once again, then it's principally recreated. It's in life. It's in the manifestation of living things that we see this returning. But unfortunately, the physical universe doesn't have any preference for the production of living things. The universe, in fact, seems quite hostile to living things. We seem lucky as hell that we're even here. It's lucky. So I don't know. It doesn't seem as if the universe has some kind of driving spirit. I suppose that's where I'm coming from personally. That's why Little Makwa says, how it is dives deep into this topic. I recommend checking her out. That's great because I was actually already intending on doing so. I might order a physical copy, but I'm going to try to see if I can get a PDF because I listen to a lot of stuff. So yeah, no, that's I love those kind of topics. I could talk about this stuff for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Yeah, I guess this is to say, I guess this where this leads me is to this sort of like seeing life, seeing biology, seeing these things as being now increasingly precious. Because, when I think of the fact that the universe seems to have more of a tendency towards the dissolution of structured things and the life and consciousness and all of these things we find beautiful, the natural world and all of that arises directly from systems building up against the natural inclination of the universe. The universe is towards vacuum in a sense, it's towards black holes, to be dark about it. But here we are living against the natural, way the universe is built. For the great expanses, the vast expanses of space, there is nothing and dead things only rock and vast expanses of vacuum. And yet we have this little place, this little tiny niche we found on a rock in the middle of nowhere, and we are fighting against the natural inclination of the universe toward this vacuum, towards black holes. And to me, it's more romantic than to think that there is a great spirit, I suppose. That's my perspective. Because it seems to me romantic to know that we are the masters of our destiny, in a sense. That life is like this great, unlikely project carried out in a universe that was not built for us. We arose in a world that was not built for us, that nothing was built for us. We just so happened to cling on, to come into being in this place. And we have that's the only divine thing I can think of. If there's any divinity in the universe, that's the only divinity. That life should arise in the vast nothing of the cosmos. The vast cosmos is empty, and there is little of it that we have any connection to ethically preserving. What we want to ethically preserve is here on this planet. It's right here. The trees and the animals, other human beings, the project of consciousness. That is the only divinity that I can think of. I wouldn't personally call it a divinity, but if there is anything I would call divine, it's that consciousness, life, could arise, and that here it is. People are like, have you eaten? No, this is, I'm basically laying out in a sense, sort of the intersection between existentialism and a scientific epistemology. Okay. This is, when I tell y'all that I like absurdism, like this is kind of a big part of what I'm talking about, is not only the acceptance, but the embrace of the beauty of the fact that the universe is this vast and that we should be given the gift of the possibility of being, the gift of the possibility of knowing anything. The universe doesn't have a consciousness. The universe does not know itself. It only knows itself here and now in us. We are the only manifestation of the universe knowing itself. There's no great mind. There are no disambiguated spirits. The only spirit exists here and now within the living beings which are there. The living beings, that is the only spirit. The vast deadness is not spirit. So sorry if this sounds like it's an attack, but it's more just an expression of my own convictions, my own position is these things I'm describing. It's the safeguarding of this great potential of this unusual happenstance occurrence that life should arise on a rock in the middle of nowhere. That we have this deep, just completely irrevocable responsibility to maintain it, to make sure that it is seen to its fruition, that it is given the greatest potential for flourishing. That is upon us by existing, by being given the gift to think or know. That is, to me, the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. So much more beautiful than anything any religion tells me. That's more beautiful than heaven. That's more beautiful than any of the things they talk about. I think that to understand that, to recognize that to me, that was transformative. That gave me more solace in my times of suffering, to recognize what is and my actual place in it. It helped me adjust my expectations to the way things are and the way things could be. And yeah, it's the reason why I continually come back to saying about, how important I think that Camus was to me and how important absurdism was, but also how important science was. To me, it was so important to understand the universe on its own terms, not to impose things upon it, not to need it to be things that it wasn't, but instead to let it show me what it was through experimentation, to see what the outcome of experimentation was. Let the universe be what it is and not require it to be something more. I think that was profoundly transformative for me. Profoundly transformative. No, by the way, I've not eaten. I did take a break, but I've not eaten. I mean, what do y'all think's in this cup? You think this cup is, you think this is just a good old hydration? No. No, I got started early today. Sorry, I'm reading back through all this shit y'all were saying. I was on one, so I wasn't even reading the chat. Base Sasha says, I would argue that the emergence of sentient life is unlucky. I disagree. Our great dream of the universe having mind is only enacted here. This is the universe with mind. Here it is. This is the universe knowing itself. Beatrix says, is this nihilism? Not in my understanding of nihilism. It's more existentialism, specifically absurdism, but also I would say it's sort of the scientific outlook of the world. The passion that you'll hear in the voice of scientists, why they love what they do, why they keep coming back to it until they're old men. They do it till they die. This passion for science is sort of, it's infectious. It got me, and it stays with me to this day. Going on and learning science didn't diminish any of my passion for it. It remained the most incredible things I've ever learned in my life. And profoundly transformative as well in my conception of the world. So to me, I don't see any of it as nihilistic at all. Quite the opposite of nihilistic. It seems to me, if anything, when we look at the world as it is, it gives us a sort of profound reason to think of its beauty and our luckiness of having gotten to experience that at all. Really stop in those moments of wonder when you recognize the absolute ridiculousness of existence, and just stop and ponder those moments and really take them in. Understand that the world was not made to be dark necessarily. The world simply is. The world is neither good nor evil. It just simply is. And because it simply is, it has so much beauty. It's incredibly, astonishingly beautiful, but it's also, because it's not good nor it's neither specifically good nor specifically evil, it means it has occurrences of much darkness as well. It's extremely distressing, extremely saddening, discouraging. It's going to contain all those things. It has all of them. And I think the reason this is why it leads me to Stoicism to some degree is because Stoicism gives us an understanding of the fact that we have to begin with those assumptions. Separate what it is you can control from what you cannot control. It's going to be different for everyone. And you need to think about what it is that you have control over and focus your mind upon that, because that's what is actionable. That's what you can do. And so that's how you get through, I guess, existential distress. That's how you power through existential distress. Focus your mind upon what you can do, and then expand the range of what you can do. This is Base Sasha. Are you familiar with philosophical pessimism? Yes, like Schopenhauer, but I'm like many rungs of response to Schopenhauer. If you were to find my views, my philosophical views in response to pessimism, you'd be looking at Nietzsche's response to Schopenhauer, and then you'd be looking at Deleuze and Guattari's response to Nietzsche, and then I'm after that. I'm in response to Deleuze and Guattari. So my views of Schopenhauer, my views of philosophical pessimism can be found back in Nietzsche's work, which is to say that life indeed does contain a natural impetus to produce suffering, because expectation will always possibly be confounded by shortcomings. Excuse me. but that the joy of life is not only in cessation, it is not only in achievement, it is not only in getting the things that we want, and that suffering, in fact, does not make life not worth living or experiencing, and that the great joy of life absolutely can exist, that pleasure can be found, and that moments of catharsis and joy can be found within the scale of life. And that, in fact, suffering and being challenged, that there being working, the universe providing hurdles which you overcome, and then building to more and more power as a human being, as Nietzsche might say, that is wherein the joy of life is. And Schopenhauer's response to the fact that the universe is difficult was to give up or become an ascetic, but instead the response is to become a warrior, or that is to say, to fight against the hurdles of life and to overcome them and to grow greater as you approach the world, to expand that which you can control, in spite of the fact that you'll experience much suffering in the process. Then there is the response of, Deleuze and Guattari to Nietzsche, which is to say, Nietzsche's kind of a reactionary, or can be at times, and so on. Yeah, there's a lot to be said. But yeah, familiar with that. Lauren Miller says, are you familiar with Viktor Frankl and logotherapy at all? I'm not familiar with logotherapy, but I am familiar with Viktor Frankl and his concept that human psychology is predicated around the need for meaning. And in fact, I find it really interesting to think of the interaction between Viktor Frankl and the existentialists or the absurdists. I think that there is probably a beautiful overlap to be found between them. That is very inspiring and something I actually intend to look at in my own philosophical work in the future. And so that might be involved in later works on the self. Okay, I gotta use the restroom. Be right back. All right, I have returned. I went to the skibbity toilet, I suppose. Angel Lust says, anyone got a link to this wallpaper? Actually, I haven't like put it up somewhere. It needs to be put up somewhere. I tried to put it up on my Instagram, but the aspect ratio was all wrong. You have unlimited energy. I do not. Today, I just so happened to have got really good rest. And then I, started my day well, and I did things I needed to do. And I was feeling good today. Most of my streams are like 3 to 4 hours. Today, I just so happened to have the energy to do more for sure. But I do think I'm coming up to the end of the stream at this point. It's like, probably stick around for, I don't know, another 30, 40 minutes, something like that. Lauren Miller says, the values that you and I hold regarding our search for meaning directly relates to our attitude, yours is like my own, about why we organize and engage in doing what we can. Yeah, I just actually gave y'all the lowdown about why I do everything that I do. Everything about what I just explained to you is like at the core of my being. There are other, I could tell you many other things about my life and what's brought me here, but those are the core concepts that drive me to act, yeah, I just gave you the lowdown. And go listen to that later sometime if you're ever wondering why I do all the shit I do, why I can push myself through difficulty. The Gooberator says, maybe I missed this in your physics discussion, but what do you think about multiverse theory? Yeah, that's what I was talking about. So I think I might have said Everettian interpretation, or there are many, but yeah, no, I think it's probably accurate. I think it's at least part of the story. I don't know if it's all the story, but there's probably a multiverse. I think that seems likely at this point. Claudia Borges, let me find it. What do you think about activism and crippling mental issues? How does one help those with trauma without disassociating then from their politics? Well, I think that it's so contextual based on what the mental issues are. But I will say that I think that there is a place for everybody to organize such that obviously that they can manage to play nice with others. Like that's what I've found, is that often people with crippling mental issues can be great at doing all kinds of different organizational tasks and can have all kinds of great drive and can be very important members of an organization. But often you get numerous people into a room who have trauma and have mental issues that are either unresolved or in the process of being resolved. And they can really get into some big arguments with each other in ways that are not helpful and are not healthy. I don't actually have the solution to that. I think the truth is that is just kind of maybe one of those fundamental aspects of getting human beings together such that they can build solidarity is got to be working through the issues that people are going to have, the frictions that people are going to have. That being said, sometimes it's just not healthy to have the same kinds of people in the same kind of spaces. Every space doesn't have to be for everyone. But it can be difficult sometimes figuring out how to meet everyone's needs in that sense. And I think it's got to be on everyone to practice a little bit of responsibility as well. People should practice a little bit of responsibility in trying to play nice with the other people in the organization and practicing charity, practicing patience, trying not to give in to bad behaviors, treating other people with respect, not treating people as disposable, but also holding people accountable. These can be very difficult issues. These are also associated with the secure attachment style, but I think a lot of people do not have a secure attachment style. And so it's hard to build these relations in practice, but there's many limitations to getting people to be able to do the things to begin with. I will say that in my experience, mostly what you get from people with crippling mental issues is inconsistency, because their life is good at one point, they get everything together, then at another point things are falling apart, they're kind of having a hard time keeping it together. And that's fine. It's not really judgment. It's just a statement of fact that, these sort of cyclic mental issues can be very difficult to deal with. Some people, of course, don't have cyclic mental issues. Some people have a constant mental issue that they're always dealing with, but they're still very capable. Other people, of course, are going to have problems with constant low level or chronic depression. And that probably just makes them much less likely to even get out there and do the thing, because it's hard to motivate, you know, to do the thing. But yeah, I guess there's just so much context to answering the question. It's kind of hard to figure out what exactly I would just say. I would just say that it's kind of different for everyone. It's going to depend on their context. I think it's got to be about also teaching people to practice respect for their own boundaries. Don't go in there if you know you got like a cyclic depressive disorder, for example. Don't take on long-term things that are going to need administration for years on end, unless you're ready to hand off the baton when the time comes. But yeah, I mean, it can be hard, actually. I think it's like, you know, a valid question. It's hard to balance these things sometimes. But I think what it really comes down to is always centering that principle of charity, always trying to always center that process of trying to come to understanding with other radicals as much as possible, I suppose. Claudia Borges says, should we focus on the mental issues first? That'd be empowering for them. No. Well, we can't. There's not enough time, and I don't think there's enough expertise. So when somebody enters an organization and they've got problems, the organization can do some work to help, but the organization does not have people who really have the professional and expert knowledge to provide people help with their mental issues, you know? And I think that's one of the issues we've run into. If we were to spend our time doing what was necessary to fix people's mental issues when they enter an organization, then we would end up that would be all the organization did. I think that should be the role of organizations, though. I think there should be organizations that do that, but I don't think every organization can center that process, because if they did, their organization wouldn't be able to do the other things, because it requires an actual devoted amount of time in order to help somebody with mental issues that are holding them back. That's not something that can be done on the side, you might say. So it can be done on the quote unquote on the side if people devote the sufficient amount of energy to it, but that's a significant amount of energy. And so every organization, it cannot devote itself to that task, I suppose. Once again, there's some mental issues which are going to be very specific. You know, some of these mental issues are going to be able to be addressed in much easier ways than other ones, right? Some are going to be very difficult to address, and some of them are going to be easy to address, depending on what the specific needs are. Yeah, you could organize for this issue specifically and do anarchist psychotherapy, and I think that would probably be a really great thing to do, in fact. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Rationalism, if I'm not responding, don't just spam it over and over and over. That's unnecessary. If I'm not responding, assume I'm not responding for a reason. You can ask once or twice, but you don't need to just say it over and over and over. It's enough. I've already responded to the question itself. I'm not going to, just sit here and respond to follow-up after follow-up after follow-up. Practice respect, please. Frisky B says, will you ever visit Hawaii and come camp with me and my friends? That sounds great and everything, but I don't know. I don't have the money to get out to Hawaii. That's for sure. I am not a wealthy man, not wealthy. Oh, I should probably get off here soon and go get food. It's getting not late, but late enough that I should probably go figure out dinner. Looks like I did 6 hours. Wow. That was a long one. All right, everybody. Well, I think I'm about done this evening. We had a lot of great talks, and boy, oh boy, did I just ramble on and on and on, didn't I? I just would not stop sometimes. I'm sorry. But I think some of this is clippable, I think. I don't know. Maybe not. But yeah, I will talk to y'all later. See you. I'll be live streaming. I'm trying to live stream on the last Friday of every month. So I guess I'll see you in a month. See you on the 29th and next month, I would suppose. Next video is going to be over a culture of resistance as opposed to a culture of defeat. I appreciate y'all coming here. This is a good one, and I'll see y'all next time.